Enda kwanza.
Wacha iende kwanza.
Ndio tusikie hiyo sauti.
Haya.
Sawa.
Ambia kamera ndio akue nini anajua
Sasa
ya live Sawa, hata ako sawa.
Tukoze wasaidie kile tena. Wasaidie huko.
Wasaidie
kule waandika.
Haha ni riu ndiracenjeria kwa OBS iyo. Ndenda njikire rogo haha na kiria image.
Picture. Kita tengok dari pictures.
Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. I want to welcome those who are here, including those who are upstairs, but also I want to make a special welcome to those who are seeing us and hearing us through the internet, through streaming. And we are streaming this so that every pensioner in every part of Kenya can see and hear what is happening in your AGM. Before we start, I'm going to request everybody who has a telephone to please put it on silent, put it off, so that our meeting is not disturbed. And as we always do, we are going to start with prayers. First of all, I request Mohammed Mtiti to come and give us a prayer.
Wakati tunaanza mkutano wetu, Mwenyezi Mungu yaanza kuomba amani patikane katika mkutano na amani patikane katika mwisho wake, Mwenyezi Mungu. Na haya yote tunaomba kupitia kwa jina lako tukufu, Birahmatika Rahman Rahim, sallallahu alaihi Muhammad wa alihi wasallam. Amen.
Amen. I'll also ask Engineer Mkwela also to give us a prayer, please.
God is good, and all the time. We will start the first part of our prayer with a song asking the Spirit of God to come be with us, guide us, and give us the wisdom during the deliberations. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. Amen. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the Spirit of the Lord from heavens come down. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May them guide us. May the guidance of the Lord come down. Amen. May the guidance of the Lord come down. May the guidance of the Lord from heavens come down. May the guidance of the Lord come down. May the wisdom of the Lord come down. Amen. May the wisdom of the Lord come down. May the wisdom of the Lord from heavens come down. May the wisdom of the Lord come down. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this moment you have given us to have the annual general meeting, the Scheme Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. Keep us safe and protect us from the evil one and all the leaders. God the Almighty, guide the deliberations and all those who are going to give their reports, so that they will be beneficial to the members and all the resolutions will be accomplished. Let cohesion, unity, and understanding remain strong among all the members and all those involved in the scheme administration and management. God of mercy and compassion, you also pray for all the sick members. Give them quick and full recovery of body, soul, and mind. We also pray for all those who are undergoing different challenges, listen and answer to their needs. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mohamed Mtiti and Engineer Kwenda. As we start this meeting, I want to say I appreciate the great attendance from all the pensioners who are here present, also those who are watching us online. We have, as is required under the Retirement Benefits Act, which governs this pension scheme, a number of legal steps that we have to complete in the agenda. But also, what is important is that there will be an opportunity for the members who are here present to ask their questions. That is important. We have shared with you some paper in which you can write your questions, bring them up. We shall be responding to these questions after the conclusion of the legal part of the agenda. And also, we hope that there will be opportunity for some members to ask their questions personally. Dear pensioners, the first step of the annual general meeting is to record that there was a notice according to our trustee and rules, rule number 28, which requires that 14 days notice is provided for the notice of the annual general meeting, that this notice has been passed as a resolution of the Board of Trustees. I can confirm to you that the notice of the AGM was issued 14 days before today, and that the notice has been approved by the Board of Trustees. And it appeared in various national newspapers on the 10th of July 2023. According to the rules of procedure, we now need to have a proposer and a seconder to adopt the agenda of the AGM. The agenda reads as follows. There will be a report from the scheme sponsor, that is Kenya Railways Corporation. There will be a report from the Board of Trustees. There will be a report from the scheme fund manager. There will be a report from the scheme custodian. There will be a report from the external auditor on the accounts of the scheme for the year ended 30 June 2022. There will be a proposal to consider and approve or disapprove the amended trustees' remuneration. And there will be some remarks from the representative of the regulator, that is the Retirement Benefits Authority. Those are the legal steps of this annual general meeting. I would like to request that there should be a proposer and a seconder to adopt this agenda, please. Your name, please.
My name is Cassius Before. Founding trustee of this pension scheme, and also a member number 397 39287. I'm happy to hear, and I propose that
Thank you very much. Can there be a seconder to that motion, please? Yes.
Inafika lakini inatuziliwa Amerika kwa. Hii ni kwa kamera.
Thank you very much.
Inakuja mpaka nini?
So the agenda is adopted as stated. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now introduce the Board of Trustees, and I'll introduce myself last so that I can do a more deeper introduction. And I'll start from the left-hand side, Manamukai.
Good morning, members. My name is Mukaya, member elected trustee.
Good morning, members. I'm Jacqueline Mboga, sponsor nominated trustee.
Good morning, members. My name is James Kanyeki, a member elected trustee.
My name is Henry Toiri, a member elected trustee.
Good morning, pensioners. My name is Asava Kadima, sponsor nominated trustee. Asante.
Okay, we also have with us the CEO.
Good morning, pensioners. My name is CS Isaac Silla, your CEO.
Good morning, pensioners. My name is Martin Mogwanja. I am the chairman of the Board of Trustees. I want to say a few words about my status here because it has been the cause of some speculation, so let me address it immediately. I was nominated to be a member of the Board of Directors of Kenya Railways in August of 2020 for a 2-year term. In May of 2021, I was nominated by the Board of Directors of Kenya Railways to be a trustee of the Kenya Railways Staff Retirement Benefits Scheme for a 3-year term from May 2021. When I joined the scheme's Board of Trustees, I found there Professor John Nyerere, whom many of you probably know, as the chairman of the Board of Trustees. Sadly, in September of 2021, Professor Nyerere fell ill and was unable to continue chairing the Board of Trustees. While we awaited his recovery, I was asked to chair on an interim basis the Board of Trustees. Eventually, in June of 2023, Professor Nyerere retired from the Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees then proceeded to elect a new chairman of the Board of Trustees. And I was elected as the chairman of the Board of Trustees. It has been pointed out that I am no longer a director of Kenya Railways Board. That is correct. However, we do know under the Retirement Benefits Act that the sponsor has the right to nominate any person who qualifies under the TDR. We do know that the sponsor has the right to nominate any person who qualifies under the guidelines given in the trust deed and rules to be a trustee of the scheme. So it is in that capacity that I am a trustee of the scheme. I should also mention that there are 2 trustees who are not here today. First of all, we have Mr. Philip Mainga, who is the Managing Director of Kenya Railways. He has sent his apologies due to exigencies of the service. He will not be able to join us. The second one is Mr. C.S. Dennis Aroka, who is also a director of the Kenya Railways Board, and he will be joining us shortly for this annual general meeting. We also have with us representatives of our support organizations, and I'd just like to mention their names briefly. We have a representative from our external auditors, Our auditors are Ronald's LLP, and we have with us Mr. Wilberforce Amoguni. Can you stand up, please? Where is it? Yeah. Oh, you're behind me. Sorry. Wilberforce here. Welcome. We also have representatives from the fund manager. The fund manager is Co-op Trust and Investment Services. And we have with us Benjamin Okwengu, who's here. And we also have with us Kevin Kinywa, who is also here. Thank you. So we appreciate that we have these representatives, and they will be reporting to you soon on their respective areas of responsibility with regard to the scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, pensioners, our first report this morning will be from the scheme sponsor. Due to the fact that Mr. Mainga, the managing director, who is also a trustee, could not be with us, he has requested Mr. Asava Kadima, who is the general manager for human resources at Kenya Railways Corporation, to represent him and to give the report from the sponsor. Bwana Kadima, please give your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for the Board of Trustees. I would like to just read a few notes from the Managing Director and the sponsor for Kenya Railways on behalf of the corporation as the sponsor during this annual general meeting. Allow me first to sincerely appreciate the Board of Trustees, who are also my colleagues as trustees, the Retirement Benefit Authority team that is with us here today, the Kenya Railway Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme CEO and his staff who are also present, our pensioners who have joined us today for this meeting, and all the other guests and the members of the media who are with us. I would like to invite and welcome you all on behalf of the Managing Director of Kenya Railways to this 2023 AGM. I would like to welcome you and note that on behalf of the MD, this is the second AGM again that comes, a physical after the COVID pandemic that would not allow us to hold meetings as they should be regularly. And so, I would like to confirm on behalf of the Managing Director that the corporation commits and continue to support the scheme to ensure that the scheme meets the required liquidity to pay off pensioners on a regular monthly basis as it is required by the law. We'd like to confirm that over the past 1 year, we have continued to work with the Scheme Board of Trustees and the Administrator to ensure that the pensioners receive their regular income. We'd like to report that it's during this year that the corporation embarked on partial return of the assets from the scheme to the corporation to ensure that we achieve the liquidity that is required. Part of these assets include Block D at the head office that initially had been given out to other government agencies, that the corporation has requested the scheme to start transferring this property back to Kenya Railways, and Kenya Railways will pay it back in cash at the market value. In addition to this, the corporation during this financial year, it has over and again coordinated with the scheme trustees and the administrator to continue lobbying and pushing the government agencies to release money, especially from Treasury and the other agencies. This has been ongoing, and we believe that this will continue into the next financial year as we start. We are aware that the scheme has been facing various challenges, including lack of title deeds for its properties, and we have received a petition from the scheme requesting that the corporation embarks on a very thorough process of ensuring that the properties that were handed over in 2006 under the Gazette notice, that these properties are demarcated and handed back to the scheme properly with its title deeds. A special team has been commissioned at the Kenya Railways Corporation, headed by the Legal Services Manager, the GM Manager, Administration and HR, and the Business Manager, to ensure that they work with the scheme to demarcate and identify areas that had not been issued title deeds, and this must continue. We will facilitate and I would like to confirm to the pensioners that this is a top priority for Kenya Railways to ensure that this is done. We also note the various challenges. We have examined the strategic plan that has been developed by the Board of Trustees and the scheme administrators, and we believe if this strategic plan is implemented to the letter, then it will go away in unlocking what has been retained as the big challenge of ensuring the scheme acquires its rigidity. However, for this to succeed, it will require an effort of all the stakeholders to achieve this. I urge the scheme trustees and administrators to look forward into reducing the unnecessary administrative costs, focus on the key expenditures of the scheme, which is paying pensioners. I also urge pensioners who have from time to time resorted to court to stop and interfere with the disposal of properties, to stop this because it's affecting the scheme from unlocking these assets. We note that the disposal of properties is the only available option that will ensure the scheme pensioners are paid on time. Once again, I call upon the pensioners to ensure that they always elect representatives with the right competencies that will enable them to execute their duties and mandates as BOT appropriately. I also urge the pensioners to use one collective representative group to champion its welfare at all times. This will ensure that the corporation will not be dealing with multitude of groups when it comes to addressing the pensioners' issues. There's only one group of the corporation that would like to engage with from time to time, and this is what the Managing Director has said, that moving forward he would like to be given just one pensioners association or a pensioners group that will be engaging from time to time. I'm glad to report that the audit of the pensioners was completed by the Board of Trustees and the pensioners, and we will ensure that all eligible pensioners are retained on the payroll. The sponsor will work with RBA and other government agencies to ensure that all regulations are adhered to. During this year, the sponsor will also form a committee to oversee the rent collection of the scheme and enhance from the current about 33 million to its optimum expected rent of about 45 million. I also urge all the pensioners who occupy the scheme's houses to pay rent when due and must avoid using courts to deny the regular payments to many pensioners who may not be staying with the estates. I believe that together we can all make this better and ensure that the scheme achieves its desired objectives as it was created in 2006. That's the brief notes from the Managing Director, and I welcome you once again. Karibuni for this AGM. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Bwana Kadima. That we appreciate the report from the sponsor, and I'm sure when we come to the time for questions at the end, there will be some questions which will be posed also to the sponsor. While Bwana Kadima was speaking, we are happy and we are pleased to have the presence here with us of our regulator. As you know, this pension scheme is regulated by the Retirement Benefits Act, which is reviewed from time to time, and that act is managed by the Retirement Benefits Authority. Today we have with us the Chief Executive Officer of the Retirement Benefits Authority, Bwana Charles Mashira, and I want to give him a good welcome. Thank you very much for coming and being with us, Bwana Mashira. Would you also like to introduce your team, because I know you've also come with a few members.
Thank you. Good morning, members. Good morning once again. Great to see you during this 9th AGM. But I think I'll be making my remarks later in the program. But I think I've been invited to introduce a team I've come along with. Today we are pretty loaded so that we can be able to deal with any questions that the members may have. It's our great day. So please allow me to ask my colleagues, Mr. Tom Kiptanui. Tom deals with the market conduct function in the authority, matters to do with complaints, and he is here to take questions that any members may have. I have my colleague, Mr. Muhyiddin Mohammed, legal officer, working with Tom, dealing with matters to do with members' wellness and dealing with issues to do with any complaints that members have. Then I have my colleague besides me here, Mr. Jackson Guru, the director in charge of supervision, because accountability is very critical on a day like today. So the four of us will be here later in the program to address the concerns that members have. But please allow me to say, I am delighted, together with the team from RBA, to join you today as we engage during the 9th AGM. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Bwana CEO. We are very happy to have the regulator here. Pensioners, this is a great opportunity for you. After we finish the legal part of the AGM, there will be an opportunity for you to pose questions directly to our regulator. And these are the people who we as trustees, in addition to being accountable to you, we are also accountable to them. So this is the time and this is the place to get answers, I think, that everybody is seeking. Dear pensioners, now has come the moment for the report from the Board of Trustees. Most of this report we have shared with you in the form of a leaflet and booklet. We also shared it with you, those of you who were with us over the last week or so ago when we traveled as teams, different teams of trustees went to different parts of Kenya so that we could speak directly to the pensioners. So you do have, most of the information I'm about to give you is in here, but of course, I hope that it will still be useful to you. Dear pensioners, this scheme, and I'm going to present under basically 5 headings. I'm going to say something about governance. I'm going to give an update on membership. I will speak about member benefits. The most important question is the question of the scheme's liquidity, and I'll talk about the scheme assets so that you will have a complete picture of where the scheme is and where the membership is. On governance, I have already introduced the Board of Trustees. Suffice to say that we do have one vacancy in the Board of Trustees, which is a vacancy from the sponsor-nominated trustee, and we are hopeful the sponsor will nominate a new trustee as soon as possible to fill that position left by Professor Nyerere when he retired. Since he has retired, I want to take this opportunity at this AGM to thank Professor Nyerere for his service. Of course, he had served already Kenya Railways for many years before he became a trustee. And in the time that he was a trustee of this scheme, he undertook some of the most essential steps to turn around the situation of the scheme. Those of you who will recall
that in the middle of 2020, this scheme had arrears of more than 9 months of pension. And Professor Nyerere, through his efforts, through his contacts and his network, managed to turn that around in a quick time and make sure that those arrears were cleared. So on behalf of all of you here, I want to pass our great thanks to Professor Nyerere for his service to the scheme as a trustee and a chairperson. Thank you. In addition, you've been told already that we have an administrator of the scheme who is also the Chief Executive Officer, One Isaac Sila. Starting from 1st of July this year, the BOT has also approved that the CS Dennis Aroka will act as the trust secretary. So we have divided the roles that Wanasila was taking before he was trust secretary and the administrator, and we have divided those roles so that we can lessen the burden on the CEO, so we can address the issues which are important, and the trust secretary will address the issues related to the trust and the trustees. Since the last AGM was held in July 2022, we also held an SGM, Special General Meeting, in September of 2022, which was to elect new elected trustees. And at that meeting, there were 3 trustees who were elected for a 3-year term. These are James Kanyeki, Henry Torili, and Elijah Mokaya. They are going to serve a 3-year term. As you know, our scheme was formed in 2006, and the trust deed and rules which we are using up to today are those that were established by the founding trustees, one of who is here with us. And that those rules need to be updated because there have been changes to the Retirement Benefits Act, and there have been changes in the rules and regulations issued by the Retirement Benefits Authority. The Board of Trustees has reviewed the trust deed and rules and has updated them. We are waiting to address 2 specific issues, that is to do with additional benefits that we would like to embed inside the trust deed and rules. I will come to the issue of these additional benefits when I speak about the actuarial valuation. Once the amended trust deed and rules have been approved by the Board of Trustees, they need to be approved by the sponsor and then submitted for approval by the Retirement Benefits Authority. Once approved, they will be shared onto the website where every pensioner can see the updated trust deed and rules. In the meantime, the Board of Trustees over the last 18 months has also been updating the other key documents which guide the work of the scheme. These are policies, manuals, and guidelines, and some of them are mentioned in the booklet. I'll just mention them briefly without going into the details, except for one which I will come back to. The strategic plan has been updated and now covers the period 2022 to 2027. We have updated the member elected trustees elections manual, and I will announce here that the next election for elected trustees will be held in 2025, and in that election we will be sure to allow pensioners to vote by remote voting, and that is now allowed under our policy and the manual. And this means that it does not mean that every pensioner has to come to Nairobi to vote for the elected trustees. We have updated the Code of Conduct and Ethics for the Board of Trustees. We updated the governance manual of the scheme. We have updated the trustees' remuneration policy, and that is a policy that has to be approved by you, the members, in this AGM. We have updated the conflict of interest manual. We have updated the charter of the Board of Trustees, and we have updated the communication and education policy. We also updated the ICT, Information and Communication Technology policy, and the procurement policy and procedures. It is worthwhile for me to mention here that this scheme being a scheme related to a state corporation, that is the Kenya Railways Corporation, is required under the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. We are required to follow PPDA procedures with regard to procurement and disposal of our assets. Let me mention a little bit more about the strategic plan specifically. The strategic plan is our plan of action for the next 5 years. What does this Board of Trustees want to achieve in the next 5 years? The first and foremost thing that we have to achieve is we have to achieve the stability and solvency of the scheme's liquidity of its assets. Let me recall here something that you all know well. The scheme has not been paying pensions promptly and in full. The scheme has not paid arrears for increments. And the reason that is happening is that the scheme's assets are by a vast amount in landed property. They are property assets. As you know, when this scheme was formed, it was formed with 100% of its assets in the form of property. And that property was supposed to produce rent to pay pensions. And over time, different boards of trustees and corporate trustees have taken the action of selling some pieces of property to pay the pensions. But we remain in a situation whereby our actual rental income, which coming in, is around 32 to 35 million shillings per month. And at the same time, the actual monthly expenditure on the regular pensions for active pensioners is about 79 million shillings a month. So we have a gap of over 40 million shillings per month that we have to fill. And that's why, over time, we have addressed the issue of liquidating or converting our property assets into financial assets. There's another reason why we need to do that. Under the Retirement Benefits Act, no pension scheme in Kenya is allowed to have more than 30% of its assets in the form of property, landed property. This scheme has over 90% of its assets in the form of property. So, even to respect and to be in line with the law, we must convert our property assets into financial assets. And the advantage of having them as financial assets is that when we come to the end of the month and we need to pay pensions or we need to clear arrears, then we have the financial assets which are easy to liquidate and therefore easy to pay the pensions. But we need to get to that point whereby our property assets are now converted into financial assets. What do I mean by financial assets? I mean financial instruments such as treasury bills, treasury bonds, savings accounts, stocks and shares in the stock market, or insurance policies, which are annuities giving a monthly payment so that the scheme can pay pensions in full and on time, which is the job that we have. So stabilizing this aspect of the type of assets that the scheme has is a very essential step over the next 5 years strategic plan. The second priority is to address the issue of sustainable governance. As you know, when this scheme was founded in 2006, the scheme had a Board of Trustees. And that Board of Trustees functioned until approximately 2014, I believe. And from 2014 until 2019, this scheme was managed by a corporate trustee, by a company. And then from 2019, again, it was converted back to management by a Board of Trustees. And this change of between corporate and Board of Trustees, etc., creates instability and lack of continuity in the management of the scheme, which we have to address. We also have a priority in the next 5 years to deal with operational efficiency of the scheme. The scheme has to be effective and efficient in collecting rent from all its properties. As you know, we don't collect all the rent from all properties for reasons due to cartels in some of the estates, gangs, groups who resist paying rent or resist eviction, sometimes interference even from politicians. All these reasons mean that we are not collecting 100% of the rent that we should collect, and we have to address and resolve that matter. I'll come back to the issue of rental collection later. And also we need to be efficient in terms of costs, managing our costs and controlling our costs of the scheme. The fourth dimension of the next 5-year plan is to look at having a stronger orientation towards members and to support members. Very often, members want to have information about their pension, about their account. They want a statement. They want to know how much they are being paid. Why? Why they're not being paid this. We have now opened a membership portal that will address that, and I'll come back to give more details. And lastly, of course, as a scheme, we must be compliant and in line with the regulations and the law with regard to retirement benefit schemes. So these are the 5 priorities that we want to address over the next 5 years, and we believe that through addressing these vigorously, quickly, effectively, we will transform this scheme to be an effective scheme to do the simple thing which you, the members, want from us, which is to pay all the pensions and to pay them on time. That's our target. Let me say a little bit about our computerization and digitization systems. We have updated the computer which manages members' accounts. We have replaced the enterprise resource planning system, the ERP system, so that we have stronger and more effective computerization and digitization of accounts. But mostly, in particular, of interest to members is that we have also opened a members portal on the website. So if you, and you see in your booklet here, information about how you can access your portal. This will open, you'll create your own account with your own PIN. It will be just for you, and you'll be able to see your statements, your amounts, etc. on the account. This portal is already effective for the active pensioners and for the beneficiaries. For the deferred pensioners, we are still collecting information from Kenya Railways, which is the sponsor, the employer of the deferred pensioners, and therefore some of the information of deferred pensioners is not yet available, but they will also have access to the portal by the end of this year. So that information will be loaded and it will be there. Dear pensioners, let me say some words about the status of our members. At the end of June 2022, we had 7,484 active pensioners and 779 deferred members. In November of 2022, the Board of Trustees initiated a census of all members of the scheme. In November 2022, the Board of Trustees initiated a census of all members of the scheme. And that census teams went out to 63 different locations across the whole of Kenya to identify and to meet members, to update the details of their phone number, their ID, to get their photograph, to get their address, to get all the contacts, so that we could have an accurate database of all members of the scheme. Now, when we went on the ground, we went there several times. We have done a lot of advertisements as well through SMS, and the net result by February of 2023, that is after 4 months of looking for all the members, the results were that we found 6,000, we found 6,692 pensioners were still there, and about 680 deferred pensioners. So the numbers of pensioners had come down, and we found that there were about 740 pensioners that we did not reach them. And we decided that we would suspend their pensions until such time as they come forward and fill the data forms and the census forms and provide their details. If any of you know a member, a pensioner, who has not received their pension since February, probably it is because they have not completed the census. Please assist them. Please assist them to come forward and complete the census forms. They can do it, the form is available online, and then if they send it in, there can be some contacts which can be made. Even for those who have difficulty of walking and moving, we have pensioners who are stuck into their beds in their homes. We have ways in which we can verify using a smartphone. We can verify those pensioners and verify their details. I would also mention at this time the importance of members filling in the names of their beneficiaries. We have come, as we went, the teams went to different parts of the country. We came and met several spouses who are having difficulties of collecting the pension of their deceased husbands because the principal member, the principal pensioner, had not recorded the beneficiaries with the scheme. Please record your beneficiaries with the scheme so that paying the 5 years of additional pension, which is the right of the surviving spouse, we want to pay that money. We have kept that money aside, but many of you have not notified us about the beneficiaries. Let me also say that where a member has not completed the census form, while we have suspended their pension, we have not cancelled it. It is still there. As soon as that member will come forward and fill the census form, we will pay them the pension that they have missed. So that is very important to say. Now, the additional thing we have to say is that once every 3 years, the scheme is required to do what is called an actuarial valuation of the scheme. The actuarial valuation is an estimate of what is the total cost of paying all pensioners, all beneficiaries, all deferred pensioners, and their beneficiaries also, up to the last pensioner. What is the estimated cost? Now, this scheme is a closed scheme, so there are no new members coming in. And indeed, the average age of the scheme is 70 years. So it is a scheme with a lot of people in their elderly years. But nevertheless, there are still people who are younger and there are people who are older. And none of us knows when we are going to be with the Lord. So we have to do an actuarial valuation, which is an estimate based on life expectancy of different age groups that tells us how long we can expect every member to live, and therefore what will be the cost, the total cost, for making sure that we pay every pension to every pensioner, every beneficiary, every deferred member, up to the last person. We do those estimates once every 3 years, and the last estimate was done as of 30th of June 2020. And now we have started doing the actuarial valuation for 30th of June 2023. And it will be ready, I think, within the next 4 to 6 weeks that we expect to have that actuarial valuation. The critical issue for the scheme is that we need to be sure that the total cost of servicing every pension for every pensioner up to the last pensioner is less than the total value of the assets of the scheme. Now, in 2020, the total value of the assets of the scheme was 66% greater than the total estimated cost of servicing every pensioner, beneficiary, and deferred pensioner up to the last pensioner. And this means that the scheme is well endowed with assets. And I say assets because I'm not talking what type of assets they are, but there are assets there. And that's why I can say with confidence that pensioners can be confident that they will receive their full pension up to the last day. Every pensioner can be sure, every beneficiary and every deferred pensioner. Of course, the question, which you well know, is that most of those assets are in the form of property, more than 90%. And of course, when it comes to the end of the month, and we need to go and get a check, money, cash, to pay pensions, it's not easy when you have assets, or property assets, but not financial assets. So this is the challenge that we have. But the other side of this coin is as follows. Because the valuation of our assets is 66% higher than the estimated total cost of paying all pensions to all pensioners, we have the possibility, the Board of Trustees has the possibility of adding additional benefits to the pensioners. And the Board of Trustees has been considering 4 different additional benefits. The first one we have been considering is paying NHIF premiums on behalf of the members without deducting from the members' pension. That is one option, one choice that we could do. The second option is that we could increase the minimum pension. And the minimum pension is around 4,400 shillings per month now. We could increase it. The third option is that we could increase the number of years that a surviving spouse can benefit from the member's pension. Currently, when a member passes on, the spouse is entitled to 5 years of pension. But we could increase that, maybe to 10 years or more, perhaps. And the fourth option or choice is that we could get an insurance policy that would provide for last expenses for all members without charging the pensioners. We've shared these ideas with members as we went on different routes in the country, and I have to give you the feedback that the priorities seem to be, as I'm listening to the members themselves, the priorities seem to be, the first priority is paying NHIF premium on behalf of members or without deduction on the pension, and secondly, increasing the minimum pensions. But those choices can only be implemented once we have received the actuarial valuation of the scheme as of 30 June 2023. We have also received the valuation of the assets as of 30 June 2023, and then we shall see what scope there is for further developments. Let me come to the issue of the current member benefits. Pensioners. As you know, besides the pension, every pensioner is entitled to increments on the pension. And the increments are guided by Ministry of Finance rules. And between January 2014 and January 2017, the pension benefits were supposed to increase by 3% annually. And from July 2017 to December 2021 by 5% annually. For this scheme, for that period of time that I've just mentioned, we have not been able to pay those increments. We calculated the value of those increments, and the total value comes to about 542 million shillings that we need to pay, or we need to have in order to be able to pay for those increments. In addition, so that is one arrears, one debt we have with you. In addition, in May of 2017, the corporate trustee announced an across-the-board increment of 1,000 shillings for every pensioner. And of course, that 1,000 shillings increment itself is also subject to the 3% and the 5% increments per annum. We've calculated how much that would come to for the pensioners who are there in May of 2017, and the total amount would come to about 1.24 billion shillings, which we would need to clear that, that amount of the arrears. Thirdly, we have deferred pensioners. As you know, in October 2006, when the scheme was formed, there were some employees of Kenya Railways who continued to work for Kenya Railways. They had a right to a pension in this scheme, but they were still working for Kenya Railways. And until they reached retirement age, they were not eligible to receive active pension. When they did reach retirement age, they were entitled to get a lump sum and a pension. But that lump sum and pension had been calculated as of 2006. And under the advice of the actuarial valuation professional, he advised that there should be an increment, there should be an addition to that pension calculation from 2006 of 8% per annum to accommodate the fact that the value of the money at their retirement age is not the same value as it was in 2006. That addition to the deferred pensioners is also a pending debt we have with the pensioners, and will also be costing in the region of 538 million. And finally, we also have some of the deductions that have been made from your pension to pay to SACCOs or to pay to associations that we have not remitted because of lack of funds. We have prioritized always paying pensions. And that debt is about 54 million shillings. So as you can see, the scheme, in addition to having to close a monthly gap of over 40 million shillings, also has a debt to pensioners, right, of nearly 2 billion shillings. So all that is additional funds that we need to find in liquid form so that we can clear these arrears. So you can ask now, what is the Board of Trustees doing to close that gap? So let me talk now, pensioners, about liquidity. As I said earlier, the scheme has adequate assets to pay every pensioner. 66% more than what we estimate we need. So it's enough. But in what form is it? It is in the form of property. And property is hard to liquidate. We need to convert assets, landed assets, into financial assets. So that at the end of the month, when we need to pay pensions, we can go, we can sell a treasury bill, we can sell some shares, we have cash, and we can pay. This is what we need to do. We have not been sitting doing zero. We have addressed this issue. First and foremost, as you know, we started in 2020 by having a compulsory acquisition of Nairobi Railway Club land. Nairobi Railway Club land was acquired from us by KENHA for 7.9 billion shillings. There was an agreement on a compensation plan as to how that money would be paid by KENHA over time. Up to 30th of June this year, KENHA is in arrears on their compensation plan payments by 1.4 billion shillings. The arrears of KENHA to us. Of course, this Board of Trustees and the management spends a lot of time pressurizing KENHA to meet its obligations and to pay for the land. In addition, that compensation plan has an agreement that KENHA will pay for the land in full. In other words, it will complete all the payments due for that piece of land by June 30th, 2024. That is within the next 11 months. The current outstanding balance is 5.1 billion shillings. And that is what we expect KENHA to pay. As you can see, if KENHA was to clear its arrears, its current arrears, the arrears it owes today, we would already be clearing the arrears of increments and the arrears of the deferred members, just right away. And by June 30th, 2024, we expect that if we have the full payment from KENHA, then we will be also clearing all the arrears, but we will also be able to establish financial assets which will be generating cash every month so that pensions can be paid on time and in full. But that is a struggle that we have to address. We are conscious, of course, as we all know, that government is facing difficult times, difficult economic times. And of course, those difficulties also affect KENHA. But we still expect that they will meet their obligations. But in order that we don't rely only on KENHA, we also looked and said, how can we use our other assets? How can we convert our other assets from property into financial assets? And there we looked at the issue of Makongeni Estate. As you know, both the past government and this government have set a priority on affordable housing. Finding land for affordable housing in Nairobi is not easy, especially to find 139 acres, such as is available in Makongeni. So we have approached the State Department of Housing and asked them to match us with a private developer, a private sector developer. The reason why we are looking for a private sector developer is we are optimistic that a private sector developer would be more capable of financing and paying for property in full. We have had negotiations with one of the private sector developer recommended to us, but those negotiations have not come to a fruitful conclusion. So as we stand now today, we have not sold Makongeni. Makongeni still belongs to the scheme, and we are looking for further private developers to take on this property and give us the financial liquidity that we require. One of the challenges is that finding buyers for large pieces of property like Makongeni, 139 acres, or Landimawe, more than 20 acres, Ngara, 40 acres, etc., is that these pieces of property are very large, the funds required are very large. And therefore, in the case of Makongeni, we were hoping that we could subdivide Makongeni into about 10 residential districts, and it would be easier to sell smaller parcels of land because the costs would be lower and there would be more buyers in the market. So when we go to a competitive bidding process, we will find more bidders capable and willing to buy smaller parcels of land. Unfortunately, due to some politics and some resistance in Makongeni Estate, an injunction has been issued against the scheme, so blocking us from doing that subdivision and that survey. So that potential is still something which is pending. And I'll come back to the issue of court cases as we go forward. The third option that we are looking at is Nairobi Railway City. You will have heard of the interest of the government to redevelop the area around Nairobi Central Station and to create a new part of CBD. You could call it the eastern wing of the CBD, which surrounds the land in what is the current marshalling yard, the workshops, the goods shed area, and so on. All of that area is targeted for redevelopment as Nairobi Railway City. Within Nairobi Railway City, your scheme owns 4 parcels of land. 4. 1, we own 5 acres at Goodshed. We also own 5 acres, including Block D of the eastern wing of Railway's headquarters. That building is called Block D. We own 20 acres in Landmawe, and we own some 30 acres in Mudhurwa. All those piece parcels are within the Nairobi Railway City Special Planning Area.
frustrations also of this Board of Trustees. Frustration with them.
To you as often as we can. I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Dear pensioners, I'm sure you are tired of hearing my voice, so now we will have other people to talk. We will start with a report from the Scheme Fund Manager, which is the Co-op Trust Investment Services Limited. I don't know if you can use that microphone. Or you want yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. CEO of the RBA, Chair of the Board, Trustees. My name is Benjamin. First and foremost, I would like to send my regards from our... But he's out of the country. We're having an annual conference. So he sent us to represent him. So kindly accept his apologies. My name is Benjamin Okwengu, with the fund manager, Corp Trust Investment Services Limited, and I will give you a report from the fund manager, which will look at the roles of the fund manager, we'll look at the macroeconomic environment, asset allocation, and the market outlook for this year. So we'll begin with the role of the fund manager. The fund manager has 4 main roles, which is advisory, investment, reporting, regulation, and compliance. So under advisory, the role of the fund manager will be to advise the trust. Under regulation and compliance, we submit appropriate reports and returns to the RBA and the same to the Capital Markets Authority. So we'll have a look at the macroeconomic environment, and a summary of 2022 is as follows. In terms of the world GDP, we saw a slowdown in the GDP numbers. In the world GDP, the numbers came at 3.5, down from 6% in the year 2021. Locally, in the Kenyan GDP, we saw the numbers coming at 4.8, down from 7.5 in 2021. The significant slowdown in 2022 was due to inflation, monetary and fiscal policies driving slower growth. Globally, stocks and bonds were estimated to have lost money in trillions, globally that is. Under the equities market, we have, as a benchmark, we have the S&P 500 returns, 2022, that did negative 19%. Locally, we saw the NASI doing negative 23% in performance. The risk of sentiment, so US markets experienced the worst drawdown since 2008, so it was that kind of a year. The Kenyan markets, as always, mirrored the global markets, with equity sell-off seeing the markets lose 23%. This is the worst since 2011. In terms of the bond performance, we saw tightening of monetary policies by central bank. Across want to take the inflation, so this globally saw rates rise sharply in most countries. We saw the US Treasuries losing 11%, the worst on record, and the Kenyan bonds returned 80%, the lowest since 2022. After looking at the Kenyan macroeconomic environment, inflation peaked in October 2022 with a rate of 9.59. Generally, all through the year, we saw the inflation level at those levels of 8.6, between 8.5 and 9.5%. The performance in terms of the currency, in 2022, the Kenyan shilling depreciated 9% against the US dollar, closed the year at 123 versus 113 in December 2021. And I'm sure you know it has depreciated further. We have about 23% year to date. Yeah? The depreciation was attributed to, as I mentioned before, the strengthening of the US dollar against major world currencies due to the actions taken by the central banks to tame inflation and the global headwinds, and as well as increased dollar demand from oil and energy importers. So that was the cause of the currency depreciation. Looking at the interest rates, as of 31st December 2022, we saw interest rates in the 91 for the T-bill, the short-term papers. We saw the 91 being closed at 9.9, the 192 at 9.6, and the 364 at 9.0. Those are since risen. The latest was still the 91 being today at 12.23, 192 at 12.32, and 364 12.71. In terms of the longer term rates, we saw a lot of pressure on the yield curve with the interest rates going further. So interest rates could see a further upward pressure, especially on the short end of the curve. This is your 1 to 5 year papers. I think you're already seeing this now. This is in response to the high inflation and tight monetary policy stance adopted by the central bank, as well as due to the fiscal deficit. So we expect this to continue. We expect the longer end of the curve to remain more
stable, leading to further flattening of the yield curve. We go to the equities market, 2022. If we look at the first quarter, the equities market were down negative 6%. The second quarter of 22, the equities market were down 20%. In the third quarter, so in the third quarter of 2022, we saw the equities market slightly rebounding, giving a return of 3%, and in the fourth quarter, they were again down 1%. So that was the kind of the year. So despite significant improvements in earnings and generous dividend payouts, the market slid to 10-year lows in March last year. In our view, the earnings and the stock prices were showing attractiveness
of that class. And this is due to the issues that were mentioned earlier, which is that there was inflation in the world and other central banks tightened their monetary policies, leading to a capital flight. So if we look at the asset allocation of the scheme, 100%
So we'll go to the market outlook, and for 2023, as I've mentioned earlier, we are looking at, if we are to look at fixed income, the asset class represents an opportunity to lock in high interest rates. Government is under a bit of pressure, so we're expecting the interest rates to remain high. I think we've seen that already, with the government getting 5-year papers at levels of 17%. So yes, global markets, the returns are expected to be moderate with high volatility expected in the short to medium term. And that is generally the fund manager's report. Thank you very much. I want to thank very much the scheme fund manager, the Co-op Trust Investment Services Limited, for their report. And I think there will be opportunity for you to ask questions of the scheme fund manager at the end. So please, if you have questions, please do write them down and bring them forward. We now have the representative of the Scheme Custodian, which is the Kenya Commercial Bank. And I think now I'll hand over to Madam. You'll introduce yourself. I think you came later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. So to the CEO, RBA, can you hear me now? Thank you. So to the CEO, RBA, Chair, Board of Trustees, to the trustees, fellow service providers, and members of the scheme, it is now my pleasure to present to you the custodian report on behalf of KCB Bank Kenya Limited. My name is Cecilia Okoth. So on my report, I will basically just mention briefly about KCB, where we are. I will mention who is supervising us as we do the work of custodian. Then I will give the role that we played during the year under review. And finally, I will confirm the numbers that we held as at 30th of June 2022. So members, briefly about KCB, with your support, we thank you. The bank has been growing very well. And on behalf of KCB Group, I want to say thank you to the trustees for giving us the mandate to serve you as the custodian. And by extension, thank also the members for your support. Currently, the bank has about 32.4 million customers, employing about 11,000 staff. Coming to Kenya, KCB, we are almost in every corner, in every small town. Our agents now on the ground are 28,000. So you don't have to look for a branch. You can go to any KCB agent to serve you. And we have 603 branches overall. In Kenya, we operate as KCB Bank Kenya. We operate also through NBK, which is a subsidiary of the group. We have KCB Capital, which is the investing arm, or the arm that provides investment services. We have KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary. So if you're looking for any insurance products or solutions, you can get that through our branches. And the good thing is that the bank will have read the fine prints for you. Normally we complain that when you come to to claim, then insurance tells you that there was this clause that you didn't read. So now the bank has read those clauses for you. So if you're looking for any insurance solution, you can get it through our branches, and that product is through KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary. We are also operating in Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, and KCB last year, towards the end of the year, acquired the third largest bank in DRC. It's called Transmerchant Bank. So we are now also big in DRC, and we also have a representative office in Ethiopia. So as we do our work as custodian, we are licensed because you know that money is a very sensitive thing. All the other service providers don't touch on the money. It is the bank that touches on your money. So we are supervised by Central Bank as we do the work of custodian to ensure that we've done our work. So we are licensed. We are also supervised by RBA. We are supervised by Capital Markets Authority because we normally go to the market and transact on your behalf, and we are an agent of CDSC. So members, I wish to confirm that we are in good standing with all these regulators who supervise us as we do your work. Now, what is the role of the custodian? Members, the custodian, just from the lay meaning of safe custody, is to take safe custody of your assets. So what assets are we talking about, or what investments are we talking about? The scheme has investments. Some of them are shares, some of them are in government bonds, and some of them are in corporate bonds. So these investments are held by the custodian. It is the custodian who has documentation to prove title of these assets to the scheme. We also hold titles to your property. A number of your properties that have titles, that is lodged with us, but as the chairman of the scheme has spoken, there are some properties that don't have titles, so we are yet to receive those titles. But immediately the titles are ready, it's usually lodged with the bank. So the bank holds your assets. The custodian holds your assets. That's the first main role that we played in the period that we are discussing. 2, we normally send reports. Reports we send to the trustees on a monthly basis to tell them what we are holding on behalf of the scheme. We also send reports to the regulators. We send reports to CBK of the holdings that we have on behalf of the scheme, and we also send reports to CMA. So that is another role that the custodian plays. So we don't just hold this as in the bank, but you can see even the regulators, we send them the report. The other role that we play as the custodian members is to implement investment instructions. What do I mean by this? The fund manager, Corp Trust, who've spoken ahead of me, has talked about their role, that it is their role to do investment. So they go out to the market, look for the investment when there's liquidity. Once they decide what to invest in, they do the deal, and then they pass it over to us to do the settlement, to pay, to purchase that particular asset. Once we purchase the asset, if it's, for example, shares, then we have to follow up. When there are dividends, then we ensure that we collect any income that is coming out of the securities. So all rights and obligations of the instruments that are held on behalf of the scheme, the custodian ensures that we follow and collect on behalf of the scheme so that you don't lose out. So in a nutshell, members, that's the role that we play as the custodian of the scheme. And finally now, I want to confirm the assets that we are holding. This scheme is a segregated scheme, which means that the transactions of this scheme are not mixed with the transactions of any other scheme. So we have a specific account for the scheme, just the way you have a personal account. So that account it's easy for us to track all transactions that are done for the scheme or on behalf of the scheme. So members, I wish to confirm that indeed that was done, and we can give an account of all the transactions and we can provide statement for the period under review. We also want to confirm that the bank was able to execute all investment instructions that were given to us by your fund manager. I also wish to confirm that the assets, the reports were duly sent on time to all the stakeholders, to the trustees, that is, and to the regulators. We sent the report of the scheme. So members, the assets that were held on the scheme is contained on page 16 of the audited accounts. If you look at page 16 of the audited accounts, so I wish to confirm that those are the assets that the custodian was holding as at 30th of June 2022. And the auditor is going to come just before me to confirm the report that we have provided to you, the fund manager and the custodian. Thank you very much, members. That is the end of my presentation, so I will do any clarifications at the Q&A section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia Okoth, for that presentation on behalf of the Scheme Custodian, which is Kenya Commercial Bank Custodial Services Limited. Pensioners, now we have to receive a report from the external auditor, which is Ronald's LLP, and this report will be given. No, I'm seeing who is. You're giving. Okay. This is Evelyn. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be given by Evelyn Kanjagwa, who is a partner with Ronald's LLP, our external auditors. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The CEO, RBA, the Chair of the Trustees, trustees, members of this scheme, and the service providers. Good afternoon. Or is it good morning? Yeah. So my name is CPA Evelyn Kanjagwa. I'm a partner at Ronald's LLP. I have the pleasure of presenting to you the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2022. I want to believe you have an extract of the document. So I will go straight to the figures that you have with you for the statement of changes in net assets available for benefits for the year ended 30th June 2022. During the year, pension payments were at 1.5 billion. The return on investment property, the investment property was at 567,098,000. And then we have the property management expenses, which were at 108.8 million. We have gain on revaluation of investment property. We had an investment property that was valued in January 2022. And the revaluation gain on that property was 4.8 billion. Then we have the other expenses there. We have investment management expenses, other income, administrative expenses, and the finance costs there, giving us a total of 2.9 billion. And then we have the net assets available for benefits at the beginning of the year, which is essentially the figure we have in 2021 that we have brought forward in 2022. So the net assets available for benefits as at 30th June 2022 was at 34.9 billion. So members, on the next page, that's the statement of net assets available for benefits as at 30th June 2022. In terms of our asset base, we have investment property of 31.9 billion. As I have mentioned, there was a revaluation, so if you're keen to observe, from 2021 to 2022, there's that movement of about 4 billion that I have mentioned that has been taken to our P&L. That's the profit and loss statement. For the property, plant and equipment, we had 3,418,000. Mostly we had some purchases of computers in the office. Besides that, we have to consider the depreciation charge, so that then we can report the net book value of the same. In terms of receivables and prepayments, they were at 6.7 billion. Our cash and cash equivalent were at 38,306,000. The liabilities there, our payables were at 3.4 billion, and our bank borrowings were at 319 million. So you can just see how our statement of net assets available for benefits have moved from one year to the other. We are closing at a FAD balance of 34,953,382,000. So members, allow me to do my core duty in this AGM, that is read for you our opinion. I don't think you have this, but we'll be taking you through our opinion statement. So report of the independent auditor to the members of Kenya Railway Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. We have audited the financial statements of Kenya Railway Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme, which comprise the statement of net assets available for benefits as at 30th June 2022, the statement of changes in net assets available for benefits, and statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and a summary of the significant accounting policies and other explanatory notes. In our opinion, except the effects of the matters described in the basis for qualified opinion, paragraph below, the financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of the scheme's financial affairs as at 30th June 2022, the results of its operations and cash flow for the year then ended, in accordance with IFRS and the requirements of the Kenyan Retirement Benefits Act. Basis for qualified opinion, the statement of net assets available for benefits as at 30th June 2022 reflects investment property, which according to the note 11, we have been reporting forced sale value, which was to a tune of 20.7 billion. This is not consistent with the requirements of IS 40, that is investment property, and IFRS 13, fair value measurement, which stipulates that the fair value of investment property to reflect actual market state and circumstances as at the reporting date. A comprehensive valuation of the scheme's investment property had not been conducted, therefore we were unable to ascertain the level of adjustment that is required in the carrying amount of the investment property. We conducted our audit in accordance with the international standards on auditing. We are independent of the scheme with accordance with the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants Code of Ethics for professional accountants, and we have fulfilled our other responsibility in accordance with that code. And we believe the audit evidence we received is sufficient to provide a basis for our opinion. In terms of an emphasis of matter that we have highlighted, we have a non-compliance with the RBA Act with regards to investment guidelines, which requires a limit of 30% of schemes investment in immovable property. As at 30th June 2022, we had 82.54% of the scheme's investment held in immovable property. So high concentration of the scheme's asset in immovable property indicates a material uncertainty on the scheme's ability to meet its obligation when they fall due. The key audit matter, I have to mention our opinion is not qualified in that respect. Key audit matter where we are required by ISA 701 to report to the members whether there are matters of most significance that came to our attention during the course of our audit, except for the matters described in the basis for qualified opinion and the emphasis of matter section. We noted a number of key audit matter. One is in line with the revenue recognition, that is the occurrence, completeness, and measurement of recorded revenue, given the nature in terms of the products that's in accordance with IFRS 15, especially in terms of our rental income, which was inconsistent. Of course, and it provided complexity in measurement of that revenue. So auditing that line of income had some complexity. Of course, there are a number of things that we did, some tests that we did to ascertain the completeness of the same, including reviewing some of the contracts that were in place with the customers. Another key audit matter, members, is on the financial instrument. So the scheme has receivable from disposal property amounting to 7.5 billion. We have rent receivables of 296 million and other receivables of 1 million. However, there is no IFRS model which provides expected credit loss, so that we have almost a fair statement of what we can receive and what we cannot. So for that, again, we had a complexity in that area. We relied on management representation in regards to the provisioning that has been adopted by the scheme. We had an issue on bank system and reconciliation, where the scheme uses a bank system in data processing and financial reporting. However, the scheme does not have reconciliation models. So again, IT provided some complexity on assessing data reliability. We, however, analyzed and designed tests to confirm the accuracy of data extracted from that system. We performed bank analysis procedures to ascertain accuracy of the manual reconciliation report, and again relied on members' management representation regarding data integrity and accuracy. On other information, the trustees are responsible for the other information, which comprise the report of the trustees as required by the RBA. and we do not express an opinion on other information. The trustee's responsibility towards the financial statements is to ensure that we have a fairly stated financial statement, so then the auditor comes in to express an opinion. As we do that, we exercise professional skepticism and judgment throughout the audit. We identify and assess the risks of material misstatements of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error. Then we design audit procedures that are responsive to those risks. We obtain an understanding of the internal control relevant to the audit. We evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policies. We conclude on the appropriateness on the going concern basis that is used by the trustees in preparing these schemes' financial statements. We evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures in the financial statements. So, as required by the RBA, we report that the financial statements are in agreement with the books of account kept by the scheme. Based on our audit, we have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purposes of our audit. Other than the matters described in the basis of qualified opinion paragraph, emphasis of matter paragraph, in our opinion, proper books of account have been kept by the scheme, so far as appears from our examination of those books, and the scheme's statement of net assets available for benefits is in agreement to the books of account. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. The representative of the external auditor, Ronald's LLP, Evelyn Kanjagwa. Members, you will have noted the external auditor has put some qualifications on our accounts in the audit. And I think it's good for us to give you the background. We are not arguing with those qualifications because they are true and correct, but I just want to put them into a context for you. One of the qualifications was that according to the accounting standards, what we should be doing is that we should do an independent valuation of each of our properties every year so that we have an up-to-date market value. Now, we have not done that. Why have we not done that? Because we have properties worth over 30 billion shillings, as you can see from the accounts which you have with you, the extract from the accounts you have with you. And if we did a valuation of property every year, we would be spending a considerable amount of money on property valuations. We do property valuations when we believe that a property is mature and is ready to come into market, when we are trying to convert it from property into property asset to a financial asset. But to ensure that you have the full information in the financial statement of the scheme, which is available on the website to all of you, www.KRSRBS.co.ke. On the website of the scheme is the financial statement. And on page 23 of the financial statement, the full financial statement, is listed all the investment property, and is also, we provided there the valuation date, the last time we valued that property. And I can see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties which were last valued in July 2011. One was valued in March 2014. 2 were valued in April 2018. 2 were valued in July 2020. And 1 was valued in January 2022. So when we do valuations, at least you have there in the financial statement, you have when the valuation was done, so that you can judge whether the valuations used are fair value or not. Another reason for qualification was the non-compliance with the RBA Act. I think I mentioned that during the report of the trustees, that we have 90% of our assets in the form of property, and the Act says it should be no more than 30%. And that is why, of course, we have this mismatch, which I explained, but the auditor is required to mention that as an issue that the scheme has not met the regulatory framework. So that is why they have mentioned it correctly. The auditor also mentioned that we have receivables, and I also mentioned to you that we have a significant amount of receivables, mainly from Kenha, where we have a balance of 5.1 billion. And that is the biggest part of receivables that is due to us. And then the auditor also mentioned that the reconciliation with the bank systems has not necessarily been done as it should have been done. And I mentioned also earlier that we have, since June 2022, we have now put into place a new enterprise resource programming system, a computer system for Okay. Members, we are making progress with our agenda, but I have to make an apology that there was one item missed in the listing of the agenda, which should have been there, and we've been reminded that we, as an annual general meeting, should approve the minutes of the annual general meeting, which was held in July of 2022. The minutes of this annual general meeting were shared on the website. I think you have all had a chance to access them. I will simply give you the main headings of that, of those minutes, so that you can recall the minutes that we had last year. The minutes of the members' 8th annual general meeting held on July 19th, 2020 at Kenyatta International Conference Center, Nairobi. 2022, pardon. The Board of Trustees present included Mr. Kanyeki, Mr. Mukaya, Mr. Toili, and Mr. Mainga, and myself. Absent with apology was Professor Nyerere, CHP Kadima, and CPA Jacqueline Boga. In attendance was the Chairman of the KRC Board, the CEO, the Fund Manager, the Auditor from Deloitte, because there was two financial statements from Deloitte that were audited, reported on. The auditor from Ronald's LLP, the KCB Custodian, and representatives from the RBA. After opening remarks, the previous minutes of the AGM of 2019 were confirmed. Introductions were made. The chairman of the KRC board, the sponsor, made some remarks. The managing director of KRC also made some remarks, and there were some questions, particularly about the PTO, privileged ticket orders. The trustees made a report to that AGM of 2022, which was quite comprehensive. There was also an address by the Retirement Benefits Authority representative. There was an address by the representative of the National Hospital Insurance Fund. There was an address by the fund manager. There was a report by the custodian, and there was a report by the external auditors. There was a report on the updated member-elected trustees election manual. There was a proposal put to the AGM to update the trustees' remuneration policy, which was rejected by acclamation by the members present. And then there was a session of questions and answers. A vote of thanks was given, and the meeting was then closed with a prayer. So those are the minutes in summary of the 8th AGM held on 19th July 2022. Is there anybody who has any comments on the minutes in terms of their correctness or completeness? If not, I would request that we have a proposer and a seconder to confirm that these minutes are true record of the 8th AGM. Yes, sir, please. Oh, you have a microphone now. Please use the microphone and say.
Hesron Nyaroche is my name.
You can hear me.
Hesron Nyaroche is my name. Check number 36369G. I confirm that the minutes written are the true minutes which what we discussed on that particular day.
Thank you very much. It's a proposal. Can I have a seconder, please? Yes, over there. Sorry, that gentleman was first, the one behind there. Thank you. Please use the microphone.
My name is Samson Omweri Ogara. Check number 36446E. I second.
Thank you very much. So I will take it that these minutes are now confirmed. Thank you. I apologize again that this was not included in the agenda for the meeting. Please forgive us. We now have the remuneration policy. Where is it? No. Okay. Yeah. So I think then we will move on because of time. We want to get to the questions. I just want to reiterate, for the sake of members present, that all these documents, the financial statements, the external auditor's report, the custodian report, the fund manager's report, the minutes of the AGM, the last AGM, the policy documents. I listed quite a number of policy documents and manuals, the strategic plan of the scheme. All these documents are available on the website, and so that you can have easy access to them at any time. So this, we are really looking forward to your comments and interactions on this. We have one more substantive agenda item, which is to do with the trustees' remuneration, but I would suggest, because of time, the documentation is still being prepared, that we will move on to the remarks by the representative of Retirement Benefits Authority. As I introduced earlier, we are very happy to have with us the CEO of the Retirement Benefits Authority, Bwana Charles, thank you very much for being with us. This is our regulator, the one who manages and keeps us in line. Thank you. Over to you.
Chairman, I hope I'm audible. Yeah? Okay. Chairman, Board of Trustees, Engineer Martin Mogwanja, the sponsors representative, Mr. Kadima, members of the Board of Trustees, our service providers. You can't hear me, so I use the other one. Okay. Oh, this is better. Thank you. Let me repeat again. Chairman, Board of Trustees, Engineer Martin Mogwanja, the sponsors representative, Mr. Kadima, members of the Board of Trustees present here, Kanyeki, Toiri, and the others, our service providers, Corp Trust, KCB, the auditors, spoken before us. The management of the scheme, I read by Isaac Sila. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I hope all protocols have been observed so that I don't skip any dignitary present here today as I commence my remarks in regards to our 9th AGM of Kenya Railways Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, even before I go to my remarks, to convey greetings from the chairman of the Board of Directors, Retirement Benefits Authority. And I'll tell you why. Mr. Nelson Harvey, who when I communicated to him yesterday that I'll be joining you today, he literally asked me, please ensure you convey my message to the members of the scheme. Please accept that message from the chairman of the Board of Directors. Please give him a clap. He recognizes that this is one of the biggest schemes. It is the biggest scheme in Kenya for that matter. But I know because I receive and he receives communications on regular basis, and I can see Washika and the team around. He receives regular updates on matters vigilance from the membership of the scheme on a regular basis, and he is very keen that we resolve any challenges that we have. So, Chairman, please allow me today, first of all, to salute you and your Board of Trustees. I have not been into an AGM in the recent past which had this population of members attending an AGM. Please let's acknowledge that the trustees have done their bit to ensure that the AGM has happened. They have ensured that members have been invited. Whatever method you have used to get this population of members coming for an AGM, Chairman and the Board of Trustees, from the authority, we want to commend you for doing the right thing. To have members today to come and interrogate what you have done for the last 1 year. Chairman, as I sat here, I also noted a big population of aged people. I don't think there is any scheme which has the population I've seen today of ladies and gentlemen who are 70 years plus. And you know biblically what we mean by 70 year plus. And I've seen quite a good number as we are having a cup of tea outside there. And Chairman, whatever you have done again with your management to get even those who may not be able to come here on an ordinary basis to come and join you today. We want to commend you because today is a critical day for the membership to listen to what you are doing as a Board of Trustees. Finally, Chairman, even when I had my remarks, I kept on looking at my remarks as you spoke and as the sponsors representatives spoke. And I followed through your speech. But the truth of the matter is, I think I'm not new to this scheme. Trust me, I'm not new. From 2006, I know how this scheme commenced. When I turn on this side, I can see Miano and the team. When I look forward here, I see Tuikong clearly. I see Washika. I think the only person I'm missing today is Wanda. Simi, where is he today? Okay, I think he came late today. But either way, members, I want to confirm that the membership which is present here today, I've dealt with them on many days, and my colleagues Jackson, Tom, and Muhyiddin. But I want to say the following, that we want to commend you, Chairman, for identifying 5 key thematic areas which resonate with the operations of this scheme. You spoke to the question of governance, you spoke to the question of membership, you spoke to the question of members' benefits, and that is very critical. You spoke to the challenge of illiquidity, and sustainability. What I did not hear from you is the way forward. But I know it was coded in your message. That is, I don't mean that you did not talk about it. And I'm addressing you today because over the years, we have transitioned this scheme from where we started in 2006 to where we are today. But the only problem I have, even before I say anything else, is the level of disclosure and accountability in today's AGM has been excellent. To own up and say we have challenges, it's the right thing for trustees to say. For the members, the opportunity to be able to ask questions based on information which has been disclosed to you is unparalleled. So, Chairman and members, today, we want to appreciate you for convening the AGM, for the disclosures, and I also take notice that you gave adequate notice for this AGM in the newspapers. In the past, we have had challenges. When I listen to you, we all accept their challenges. And this is where the paradox comes in. The richest scheme in the Republic of Kenya has challenges of paying pensions on time. That is the gist of the matter. That's number one. Number two, Chairman, and unfortunately this is not very kind to you, it may be one of the schemes which has pays retirement benefits to members where the pensions are fairly low. I heard you talk about a figure of 4,400. And that is the truth of the matter. So how do you combine the two? You know, you are the wealthiest, least. As per the last actual evaluation, you had a funding level of 166%. We expect it, even without anything, that funding level even to go higher when you do this valuation for obvious reasons which I not go into. But Miano knows, because I told him this story a long time ago. But the thing is, how do we cure the wealth that we speak of by transmitting that wealth to the membership of the scheme? That's where the challenge is from where I sit. When I listen to you, I listen to a board which has a roadmap. I have listened, you have a new strategic plan for 5 years. You are very clear as to what you need to do to collect debt, to pay members and enhance their benefits. I heard you spoke about 4 options of what you intend to do. But the thing is, how do we make sure that between today and the next AGM, we do not come to speak the same language? Because I can assure you, that language, we have spoken it even before you became the chairman of this board. I can tell you, even before Kanyeki became a trustee. That is the reality. Even before Sila came to join this scheme as a CEO, we have spoken about these challenges of illiquidity. We have spoken about our wealth as a scheme. We have spoken so many things, and maybe the pension has moved from 2,300, I think, those days, to 4,400. But we have a long way to go, especially when you take inflation into consideration. Chairman, I've heard you. I've heard you say you have assets worth 34 billion, and you have one of the challenges, which is even called saying the qualification in the accounts, is you cannot do a valuation on those assets. My colleagues Jackson and Tom and Muhyiddin will tell you, a few years ago, we contracted a farm. And I'm saying this for the members so that they can be able to introspect and ask questions today. And Ernst & Young is one of the leading firms in this republic to conduct a forensic audit because there were challenges about what is the value of this scheme. And when we asked them to do the valuation, they said, okay, fine, we can do a desktop valuation. However, if you want us to engage a surveyor to give the true value, the market value, then we have to review the fee for the forensic audit. And it is us who are paying that fee. And I can confirm we paid 7 million for that forensic audit through a procurement process. The value, if the assets were to be valued, and I hear why the qualification is there. I'm not supporting the qualification, but I can identify why. Even if you apply 1% on 34 billion, that is 340 million, okay? Which is equivalent to 5 months pensions for this scheme, which is in arrears to pay. So we understand. But having said so, Chairman, what is this that we all identify the challenges, we identify the problems, we know. And by the way, this population that we have in front of us, even as I commend you, if you do an average age, it is higher than 60. Even though I see some young people still in the audience. So the question is, what is it that we need to do? And that is a challenge I want to put to the trustees, even before we start taking the questions. Deliberately, to move from where we are, to enhance the liquidity of this scheme, and to enhance the members' benefits. My submission, and this is where I want to invite the members to join me, and to join us, is that you must fight deliberate roadmap to offload the overexposure in property. You have already talked about it. The value and the underlying asset that you have, for sure 34 billion is an indicative figure. The real market value, we all know it's higher than that. That's the truth of the matter. And therefore, shouldn't we put deliberate efforts to engage various investors? And when I say investors, I mean even the government of Kenya, because the government of Kenya requires land for affordable housing, amongst other things. And I know you've spoken about Makongeni. But the thing I'm trying to put is, as long as it's done, the value of the land that you own is transferred at arm's length. The valuations are done and they meet the criteria. And finally, it is done within the Public Procurement Act to ensure probity. My submission is, these members will exit at the God-given time without enjoying the fruit of their labor. And therefore, Chairman, and therefore, members, we must find a way, because I've had this discussion over the years, and my colleagues will speak to this. I'll tell you, the problem, one of the problems we also have is, anytime trustees also identify a property to offload, there are as many as there can be injunctions by members being taken to court. You know, if for every sale there is a thief, then there's a problem in this because those suspicions create a hiccup in what the trustees would like to do. Why can't we agree, members? Because we must find a way forward. And I can assure you, and I can repeat 10 times, and my colleagues will come here and they can say 10 times, until we find a way of unlocking the illiquidity into this scheme, or in this scheme, the wealth that you own, the wealth that you have, will only revert back to the sponsor when all of you are gone. Trust me, I'm not a prophet of doom, but in another 60, 70 years, that will be the reality. Yeah? So what should we do? It is to support the trustees. Trustees must come up with a Marshall Plan, a roadmap to say, this is what we have, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to offload, but let's get value for money for those assets. Anything less than that, we'll keep on going back and forth and forth, members and trustees. Please allow me to limit my comments, because I thought that is the main thing I wanted to speak to. That, Chairman, even if as you want to explore the 4 options, even if you want to pay for NHIF, even if you want to enhance the pensions in payment, even if you want to enhance the tenure, and I hear you, of the pensions for widows and widowers for that matter, it's all about liquidity and having money to invest. I'm not very sure the fund managers have real investment responsibilities today, yet they are there to, you see, by the way, members, please allow me to divert. I will not speak out of English, but I want to be practical. If you look at what government paper is yielding today, and the fund manager maybe, I was expecting you to say that, it's around 16%. Whereas the properties that you have, unless they are valued, you don't unlock that value. Are we together? Where are you going to get the increments of this pension that you want if you do not want the trustees to do what they are supposed to do, as long as they do it within the provision? The agenda item number 10. Agenda item number 10 is on questions. And it says the chairman, the trustees, RBA, and the sponsor. Why can't I add my comments there and I take the opportunity to respond to specific questions so that you don't tell me that I'm giving you a story that I have created from somewhere, so that even my colleagues can also join in this discussion to try and find a solution. Chairman and the Board of Trustees, please allow me to commend you and to thank you for what you have done. You have made the work of the regulator easier, and I wish that you continue on that trajectory. But let our agenda going forward be only one. Look at the plight of the members of this scheme with a view of enhancing their pension and their well-being in their retirement life. I submit.
Thank you very much, CEO. I think it's very good that you are in the position you are in today for this scheme, because you have been with this scheme since the beginning. You know what has happened in this scheme, the ups and downs and left and right. So having you as the chief regulator for the scheme gives us a lot of comfort. I'm sure it also gives comfort to each and every one of these pensioners who is here, because they know that as much as the trustees are working for them, they also know that you are fully aware of the issues in this scheme. And I think you have summarized them so well. We need to move forward. We need to convert property into financial assets. And we need to do so quickly. We need to do it efficiently, but we also must do it transparently and in line with PPDA. This must be done. So these are the very, very real challenges which the Board of Trustees has. Now, I have before we start the session on questions and answers, I have one more agenda item which I am required to do, and this is to do with the remuneration of the trustees. You will recall that last year we revised the trustees' remuneration, and we made a proposal for changes in the remuneration, which was put to the annual general meeting, and it was rejected by acclamation in that annual general meeting. There has been since then an updating by the regulator of the remuneration guidelines. I think I'm correct in saying that. And we thought that we should give the members the opportunity to again decide whether yes or no they would want to follow those guidelines which have come from the regulator. Now, I am not here to defend the remuneration, but I do want to simply explain that among the trustees, there are 3 elected trustees, which you know. There are 6 trustees which are nominated by the sponsor. Of those 6, 3 are employees of the sponsor, that is, who are full-time employees in Kenya Railways, and then there are 3 others who are not employees of the sponsor. The challenges, I think, are very clear, that what the trustees have to address, and the requirements in terms of fulfilling that work, which is done by the trustees, is also quite clear to you, I think, and has been just summarized again by the CEO. The proposal that is before us, and I'm trying to get to the right place where we have the rates. Where are the rates now? The last page. You look for it and find it there. Where is it? This one. So, this is the what is being proposed here. Is this one? This is the same as it is. Yeah. Okay. So the proposal under the change of regulations, there is a proposal that the chairperson gets a separate additional sitting allowance, and the scheme secretary gets a sitting allowance of 10,000 shillings per session. The trust secretary gets a sitting allowance of 10,000 shillings per session, and the other members are getting allowance of 10,000 shillings per session. And a board committee sitting allowance is 10,000 shillings per session. The foreign accommodation is within line of the United Nations. The travel allowance is as per the actual cost of tickets and AA. The training expenses is no more than 5 days a year, but no sitting allowance is paid. And the meal allowance is 2,000 shillings where lunch is not provided. So this, the principal changes here are to do with establishing a separate allowance for the chairman and a separate allowance for the trust secretary. Otherwise, we are having the same allowance as was there before, and these changes have been accepted by the sponsor. So, the issue is whether the meeting is ready to accept these changes, which have been proposed and have been made available to you through the website, and have been made available, I think, on the website, or whether you wish to reject them. There's acceptance or rejection are the two options. I would suggest that we start by seeing, by a show of hands, those members who are willing to accept, and then we'll have another show of hands for those who are willing to reject. And if there's a bit even, then we can have more discussion. So can we have, first of all, the members who are willing to accept these changes to put their hands up by a show of hands, please? Okay. Just, do you want me to repeat the options? Okay. I'll repeat them again. What is different? The current sitting allowance is for the board members is 10,000 per session. For committee members is 10,000 per session. The foreign accommodation allowance is as per set by the approved by the regulator. The travel allowance is as per actual costs incurred. Training expenses is 5 days a year, no more than 5 days, but no sitting allowance is paid during training, and the meal allowance is 2,000. What is new is a chairperson sitting allowance and a scheme trust secretary sitting allowance. Those are the two new allowances. So can I have, by show of hands, those who wish to accept? And okay, then can we have then a show of hands, those who do not accept, who reject? Please, just sit down. I do not see that there is any support for the changes in this remuneration, and so therefore I will take it that the remuneration of trustees will remain as it has been since before. Good. That was quick. Then, now we have questions. Huh? I know. That's what they want. That's what they want. I don't know how they're going to get people. Maximum 6 meetings per annum. Okay. So, dear pensioners, we have now completed the legal part of the meeting, and we now have the opportunity to pose questions. And in posing those questions, we have requested that questions should be written down. We'll also try to give a few cases of people to verbalize their questions. But I think we also recognize that we have here with us our service providers, we have with us our regulator, our external auditor. So there are questions which can be posed on a number of different areas. Of course, the management is still also here. So let us start with the questions. First question is from Erastus. What plans do you have to contain the cartels who are stealing our money and court cases? So the way we want to address this, as I said, is we have formed an ad hoc committee involving the trustees, the management, and the security services to address issues of the cartels in the estates. We have also mobilized a lawyer to do rent eviction notices for those who are not paying their rent. We have done that on a pay-per-success basis so that we are not paying lawyers unnecessarily. The second question from Erastus, why can't we build commercial houses to generate some income to the scheme? Indeed, that would be a desirable approach, remembering that we have to reduce our property assets down to 30% of total assets. So the first thing we have to do is to convert a big portion of the current assets into financial assets. What remains, the 30%, can also be used then for doing commercial properties and which can bring also revenue to the scheme. Why can't, this is from Abdul Zaid, why can't we hold such meetings at railway premises to avoid costs? Railway headquarters or railway institute, because pensioners and money is used to rent these halls. That is correct. We like to have places which are close to the city center. RTI is always an option for us, but it has posed transport difficulties for pensioners to get there from the city once they arrive in Nairobi. We have searched all over for the cheapest possible premises to reduce expenses. Second question, why can't the scheme request railways to give priority to retired staff to own houses at the houses built by the corporation along the railway line? I think that is a request which has to be channeled to the corporation. The scheme's properties are limited to those which were vested in us, which were principally in Nairobi and one property in Mombasa. So getting houses from the railways is a matter to be posed to railways. Can members be informed of how much cash was used to convene this AGM? Yes, Bwana CEO, can you give an answer? What is the cost of the AGM? Okay, I think the CEO is getting the right figure from the finance manager. Another question came from Benson, who says, has Sonko paid our money for the land in Upper Hill? As you know, one of our properties in Matumbato, which has 12 houses on it, we entered into a sale agreement with a certain gentleman. He has paid a deposit. Then the gentleman became a subject of Ethics Anti-Corruption Commission interest. The title belonging to us and still in our name was seized by EACC and has not yet been returned. We are still pressing EACC to return that property, so that that title, so that we can complete the sale by subdividing the property and providing the title deed to the buyer. How much shall Kenya Railways pay for Block D and for how long? The Kenya Railways is currently renting portions of Block D. They have expressed interest to buy Block D. We have entered into negotiations with Kenya Railways to do a subdivision of the land around Block D. Some is required by Nairobi Railway City, some is required by the Kenya Railways itself as part of Block D. When we have those subdivisions, we are going to do a valuation, and then the valuation will determine the sale price for that land. What about the pieces of land in Mombasa? How far have you gone with the case there? The case in Mombasa of Chambilo land, the land was given out on a 50-year lease by the corporate trustee. The lessor destroyed the property against the terms of the lease. We took them to court. We are still in court with them to regain full control of that property. And that case continues. We had parcels of land about 2 years ago which had buyers and were just waiting title deeds for money to be released. What happened to these parcels? I think you might be referring to the land on Valley Road. Valley Road, we have a parcel of land which was vested in the scheme, which had prior to vesting had been subdivided by Kenya Railways into 5 pieces. We have sold 3 pieces of that land. We are ready to sell the remaining 2 pieces to the buyer. We need to consolidate, to reconsolidate, it's called re-amalgamate the land into one title, so that the buyer will then pay us the difference. But the buyer has paid us for the 3 pieces of land which have been given so far. Let's see. I think there's a question here about Block D, which I have already answered. How many scheme properties have title deeds and how many don't have? I think all the properties of the scheme either have title deeds or allocation letters. The question is, some of the titles, some of the land allocation letters are in the name of Kenya Railways. And that is where the scheme over the years has never converted those allocation letters into title deeds. So there's a number like that. We can point to, for example, Landimawe. I've already mentioned about Goodshed and others like that. We have also a property in Upper Hill, which has been encroached, and that is a subject of a court case right now, because it was encroached when it was still under the control of Kenya Railways. There is also another property in Matumbatu, which is a subject of a court case, which had been previously sold by Kenya Railways, and before the scheme had been formed, somewhere in the 1990s. And of course, that is also the subject of a court case. How can a pensioner access the audited report on the website if he doesn't have a smartphone? I agree that is a challenge. We don't want to take on too much expenses by printing voluminous documents in many quantities. What I would suggest is that if you can pass by the scheme, you can get a copy of the audited financial statement, or if you are not able to come to Nairobi, which is for many members is true, please try to access the website through a cyber cafe. A question here: can the pensioner be allowed to appoint their beneficiaries, that is, maybe appoint a child if the spouse is not available? Yes, you can appoint a child as a beneficiary if that is your wish, up to a certain age, up to age 21. So please look into that and contact the benefits manager. The board should look into, most of the pensioners are advanced in age. It is their children who benefit because we worked for them irrespective of age. That is true. Somebody has asked many questions here. Why is it difficult to build at least a structure like the one of central bank pension towers, which can generate income for pensions? As I said, we have specific debts that we have to clear, arrears that are there with the pensions. We have to clear those debts first before we can talk of investing funds into a new building. And when we talk of that, we must remember that our objective is to reduce the proportion of property, not to increase it. But it is better, we can have a good, well-built property which is bringing good income, that is within the 30% of property which is allowed. That can be a good proposal. But before we get there, we have to clear the arrears, which is important. How much do our assets value at this time? In the financial statement extract which you have, you can see that the property values is about 31.9 billion. That is there, and you can see that in the financial statement. How much have you earned from the ones you've disposed? As I said, in the recent, since 2020, the only one that has been disposed is Railway Club land, which was disposed for 7.9 billion. Have you been paid for Green Park money? As I said, we are still owed 5.1 billion as of 30 June 2023. And the arrears in the compensation plan are 1.426 billion from Kenha. If the scheme is so hard to manage, can it be possible to revert it back to Kenya Railways? Maybe the sponsor would like to have it back. I'm not sure. But I can see Mr. Kadima here is shaking his head. He's the head of HR for Kenya Railways. I think the purpose why the sponsor nominates 6 people out of a 9-person board is so that the sponsor can be sure that the pension obligation, which the sponsor still has, The obligation to pay pension never leaves the sponsor. It is always with the sponsor. But the sponsor has set up the scheme to fulfill that obligation on behalf of the sponsor. That's one reason why the sponsor has 6 seats in the board, to make sure that the pension scheme works properly. It is absurd for the scheme such as ours still paying somebody as little as 3,600, while other schemes are paying as much as 25,000. I think this is the point that the CEO of RBA made. This is one of the wealthiest pension schemes in terms of assets. It is one of the poorest in terms of payments. And that is what the BOT is trying to address. How Bwana Kimidwa asks, how can the RBA assist us to stop these unnecessary cases by some of its members? Maybe I give that one to the CEO.
I think I can consolidate.
You'll come later, okay. I think the RBA, that question was specifically to the RBA. What you have done is a lot of technology. What about our pockets? Do I even have the energy or strength to click that button on the computer to see what is on the portal? I think that's a comment from a hungry pensioner. Let's not leave our hopes. Come out clean. What is the lowest pension you are suggesting? What's your projection if you want to help us? Don't send and say until when funds come. Come when? Yeah, these are good questions. As I said, we are doing an actuarial valuation. The actuarial valuation will tell us what is the estimated cost, the total cost of paying all pensions to all pensioners, all beneficiaries, and all deferred pensioners, up to the last pensioner. That is the actuarial cost. Then we have the valuation of the assets, which as in 2020 was higher. So that is where we have the option of increasing the benefits. And as I said, one of the options was paying NHIF. One other option was increasing the minimum pension. Okay, I saw that there is a lot of support for that. Please allow us to get the actuarial valuation, so that then when we make the decision, we know that the decision will be affordable within the total valuation of all the assets. But we have heard that increasing the pension is important. Just compare a day-to-day house help in the urban areas of 10,000 and our pension, which is only 3,600. This is a big problem. Yes. John Doe says, can it be possible for the Kenya Railways scheme to build a Kenya Railways pensioners house anywhere in Kenya for future generations, and the new house can be a financial asset? Yes, I think I've answered that option of investing in an income generating asset, which we've talked about. But first we must clear the arrears and make sure that we have enough financial assets to pay pensions on time. Then there is a gentleman, 2716439. He gives only his check number. Every time we come to the AGM, you tell us about the cases which are in court. May I know how many cases are there? How many have we succeeded? Right now we have about 51 cases pending in court. How many have we succeeded? I mean, it depends how far you want to go back. I don't have the accurate number, but we can make sure that in future we report to you about the progress in terms of clearing the cases. But this 51 cases was as of March this year. We had 51 cases going on. And there are always new cases coming in, and there are also cases being closed. We are so sad about Mudurwa, because we have been receiving nothing for over 12 years. May you please act fast. because we are wearing out. I believe you can win this war with your good office. Yeah, okay, so we are working hard. What went wrong with the plot in Matumbatu? I think I've answered that question. This has again no name. What have you done since you were brought to the scheme to make sure the suffering of pensioners do not persist? I think what we have focused on is to find by all means possible to chase the resources that are due to the scheme. Kenha owes this scheme, as I said, 5.1 billion, due by 30 June 2024. If this amount can be paid by Kenha, I'm sure that the scheme, the arrears would be cleared. I'm sure the checkoffs would be paid, the increments for deferred pensioners would be paid, etc. So this is what we have been chasing. We have done everything possible to pay the pensioners the pension on time. We have been late, I know. In July we paid pension for April, May and June. So we are still not on time, but we are trying. Why do we have the sponsor? The question is to the sponsor. So Bwana Kadima, maybe you'll answer this one. Why do we have a lot of people from too many places consuming pensioner money by salaries and allowances? Can't we just have around 10 people, trustees, RBA and other necessary agents to manage the scheme? So again, I think this comes back. There was a question earlier, CEO. You need to answer this question about the number of staff. But I know that the number of staff who are on a contract, I think, is less than 25 staff members. So it's not a lot of staff. Mr. Chairman, what do you and your other trustees have in mind about Makongeni, Ngara, Mudurwa, Landmawe, Chambilo, and others? Why are you not selling them instead of lecturing us about courts, violence? Why don't you go to court yourselves? Well, when I say the scheme is in court, it does mean the trustees are there in court. We are there to defend the scheme and to defend the scheme's properties. I mentioned earlier that we had the intention of subdividing Makongeni to make it easier to sell into 10 residential parcels. And I mentioned that possibility has been blocked by a court injunction. So of course we are fighting that injunction. Once it is cleared, we shall do the subdivisions, and hopefully it will be easier to sell smaller parcels of Makongeni than to sell a big parcel. But as I've said also earlier, let me repeat, because maybe some people came later, that Makongeni has not been sold. We have not signed any agreement to sell Makongeni as of now. Pensioner Jeffrey Kebo asks, the pensioners requested the 1,000 pension increase from May 2017 going forward be adjusted into the July pension and the arrears to follow when funds become available to stop arrears rising to unmanageable levels. Yes, I think that's a valid suggestion. Of course, every time we include one of the arrears, it is a financial cost. It has to be financed, and there has to be liquidity to back it up. But that is indeed a valid suggestion. I think the trustees will look on it. Another suggestion from Wanakebo is increase the elected trustees from 3 out of 9 to 50-50 in the Board of Trustees. Well, the Act says, and I hope that I'm right here, that the minimum portion of elected trustees is 1/3 of the Board of Trustees. 1/3. And that means 3 out of 9. If the ratio is to go up to 50-50, that is an option, a choice, which the sponsor has to make. It is the sponsor who chooses if he wants to increase the number of elected trustees. It is not the Board of Trustees, it's not our decision, it is the sponsor's decision. I think I'm right on, I hope I'm getting right. Luckily I have the regulator with me today. Chairman of, I see, and Wanakebo also suggests that the chairman of the BOT the next time there's an election for the chairman of the BOT, it should be from among the elected trustees and not from the sponsor-nominated trustees, right? So I think that is a message to the trustees that you need to elect the right person next time. Okay, on we go. This is from one Joshua Ogutu. Your overdue payment arrears of 2003 to date, but paid halfway and left. What does the scheme put in effort for payment and when? I'm not clear about what this 2003 payment is. Henry, any ideas? 2003. It's a deferred pensioner? Maybe it's a deferred pensioner. I'm not quite clear, so Banagutu, please, at the end, can you come up? We'll try to address that question. Number 2, valuation of land is regulated by the government, leaving behind the pensioners in limbo for not knowing the correct valuation. This is a sore point, and I know the origin of this is to do with the valuation of Nairobi Railway Club land. Nairobi Railway Club land was valued by one of the scheme's valuers, and it was valued at 13 billion shillings. When the NLC came to do compulsory acquisition on behalf of Kenha, they called in the government valuer to do the valuation. And the government valuer valued the Nairobi Railway Club land at 7.9 billion. The reason why they valued it this way, because of course we did query this in writing, they stated that that land had been zoned by the Nairobi City Government Physical Planning Department as land for recreation purposes. It was meant for clubs, sports fields, playgrounds, and things like that, not for commercial building development. And on the basis that it had no value for commercial building development, their valuation came to 7.9 billion. That is something that is a sore point, and I think Joshua Ogutu has reminded us that it is a difficult issue. The next question: over the years we have sung the songs of assets which are not in cash. What steps are you putting in place? I think that is the core of the matter, as it was put by the RBA CEO. The core of the matter is we have to put into place a process for disposal of assets in a way that would transfer assets, landed assets, to financial assets, following the PPDA procedures, which are very strict, making sure that we get proper value for those assets, and making sure that when we get financial assets, that the financial assets are properly invested in mechanisms that will continue to produce money every month over a period of time. And this will be, of course, the responsibility of the fund manager. So that is the plan. That is what we want to do, and we have started already in doing that. We want to engage more with the private sector because we see government is a difficult payer. It has difficulties of paying, so we want to look for private sector investors. So that will be the strategy. Kenya Railways are the richest scheme in Kenya, and the pensioners are the poorest paid. Why is this happening? It's happening because of the lack, and again this was pointed out by the CEO of RBA, we have the lack of liquid assets. If Kenha paid us what it is due to pay us today, which is 1.426 billion, we would indeed have cleared the arrears of the increments. We would have cleared the arrears of the checkoffs, which are going to the associations and to the SACCOs. We would have cleared the arrears of the deferred pensioners' lump sums. So this is why it's happening. Kenya Railways pensioners have no scheme of medical. Why? As I said earlier, one of the options that we are looking for in terms of added benefits is to establish a mechanism whereby the pension scheme would pay NHIF premiums on your behalf without deducting from your pension. There are some members here who are already signed up for NHIF. I think there are some who are paying only 300 shillings per month. Others are paying 500 shillings, but they are paying from their pension. What we would like to do is to take that responsibility away from you and put it onto the scheme. But, of course, that is an additional cost which will have to be financed. So those are the ways in which we are moving forward on that. Let's see. Mr. David Nganga, my question is, I have not received my pension of April, May, and June, which has been released as per message. Can I be paid in cash? If not possible, when will I receive it? I will suggest, Nganga, it may be that you have not responded on the census, and therefore your pension has been suspended until you complete the census form. So I would suggest you check in with the benefits managers. They are here today. Before you leave this meeting, please do check with them. But this problem may apply to many more people who have not completed the census forms. So please let them do so. A question without a name here, arrears of 2014 to 17. I think I've mentioned that those are the priority debts that we need to clear with the pensioners. Second question on investment, when and how on the scheme invest, what measures to that effect? The RBA policy is indicate that the scheme should not go ahead and invest when it has debts. Why are the debts not cleared? And we have disposed of a lot of assets. Were we not offsetting the debts with these disposals? I think the issue is that the disposed assets, particularly those, for example, along Gong Road, a number of buildings, residential buildings, have been sold. The funds have been used to pay pensioners over the years. So this is the case. The debts which are there is because we have prioritized paying the immediate pension of all pensioners and beneficiaries. And we had neglected paying increments, we had neglected clearing the checkoffs, we had neglected clearing the deferred pensioners' allowances. So this is where the challenge is. Luanda branch has sent 9 questions from Luanda. So greetings to Luanda, where you are. We hope you are watching. I think many of these questions have been answered. Privilege tickets, I'm going to give that one to Wanakadima to answer about the privilege ticket orders, PTOs. The widow's pension, we are requesting that it should be increased to 10 years since our money is within our asset and does not come from government. How many pensioners are we? I've answered we are 6,692. And how much do you spend monthly to pay pensioners is 79 million. So that one is there. Let's allow these brothers and sisters who have taken the scheme to court, give them a chance in this AGM to explain to the members their reasons for taking the scheme to court so that we can discuss together as a family with the support of RBA, sponsor and BOT on the way forward. Yes? Yeah. I think that is something that we can do. We have lady pensioners. Do their next of kin get their pension for 5 years after they die? Yes, if you have nominated beneficiaries. As a pensioner, you can nominate a beneficiary. Even if you are a lady, you can nominate somebody as a beneficiary, and they will get the difference. They will get the pension. There is a big difference between the administrative expenses between 2021 and 2022. What happened? What happened was, if you look in the accounts, we made a provision for the paying of legal fees. There was a huge backlog of legal fees. We have not paid them because we intend to audit and to verify each of those legal fee invoices, but we had to make a provision so that we reflect properly the actual liabilities of the scheme in the accounts. So we had to be transparent and say, this is the situation about that. Landimawe is very dirty with open sewers everywhere. I agree. The scheme has not invested in renovations in terms of improvement of the residences and the houses of the estates belonging to the scheme. And we have not done that because we have prioritized paying pensions. And this indeed, I think, is an issue. But we also have to remember that the priority is to convert these landed assets into financial assets. Deferred pensioners who qualify have not been updated to the pension list. As I mentioned earlier, the deferred pensioners are still being entered into the database, and it will be done and completed by the end of this year. There's a question here, Block D, Mudurwa, Landimawe, the MD, KRC talks of the scheme giving back to KRC, while the chairman BOT talks of other plans. We are not giving away any properties. If we are converting properties, we are converting properties into financial assets. So there is no giving back of property to Kenya Railways. Let me clarify about that. That somebody is asking for the correct position. We request our pension is too low for a big corporation like this. I have understood and I have received that message very clearly. Thank you. We have been cheated for our cases for about 10 years. I'm not sure what precise case is being referred to here, but please contact one of the trustees to give more details. Last time you told us about pension adjustment, at which up to, where is it up to now? The adjustments of the pension, as I said, we have calculated the increments that are due. We know that it is going to cost us 542 million. We are expecting Kenya to come with the funds, and then we can deal with those issues. Wanakinenjuri has asked, how far have you reached about PTOs, allowing members traveling? I think that one I give to Wanakadima. You made a note. Wanakatonye has a question. Is the balance with Kenya 5.1 billion earning interest? That is a good question. I'm not sure that it is earning interest, and it's something that I think we have to look into to see what the law says about the payment of compensation for compulsory acquisitions in terms of the delays in payment. So that is something, a very good question from Wana Katonye. It has come to our notice that those taking the scheme to court every now and then are active pensioners. What measures have you taken against them after some of them were convicted to pay a good amount of money after their cases failed to hold water in court? Well, I think the pensioners know themselves. They know what they owe the scheme, so they should, if they have a court order against them, they know that they should pay up. Why are you letting one or two people to hold more than 6,000 pensioners a hostage? I don't think we are. We are following the rules and regulations of the scheme. We are following the rules and regulations of the Regulator and the Retirement Benefits Act, and we are proceeding to address the immediate needs of pensioners as much as we can. Of course, there are people who have different views. They're entitled to their views, but we cannot be obstructed from doing the right thing. Does the government know that the railway city is occupying pensioners' land? Yes, they are fully aware. We have made sure that the committee which is working on the project implementation team for Nairobi Railway City, and in particular for Nairobi Central Station, is fully aware that some of the land in that area is owned by the pension scheme. Compensation for the land, is it in Railway City, is it at market rate or not? it will be based upon the independent valuation of the land, which is based on the comparable market rate. Deferred pensioners, are the current statements issued to us last year still valid? That one I don't know whether. Mokaya, do you want to answer that one? Are the current statements issued last year still valid of deferred pensioners? They are. Yes, the answer is yes, they are. Can the scheme set aside a specific asset that can be disposed of and pay the lump sums of deferred members at once? Yes, that again I say is our intention to do so. Bwana Erastus Sakwa asks, is the scheme having internal auditors to strengthen internal control systems to avoid serious matters like bank reconciliation? This is a very good comment. Currently, we don't have an internal auditor. We rely on the external auditor to audit our accounts and our financial statements. We could have an internal auditor. That would be an additional cost. And we are, as I've said earlier, we are trying to be efficient and cost effective, minimizing the costs of running the scheme. But of course, at the same time, we have to address issues of governance and risk management. So we have to balance those. And this suggestion may be one of those good ones. Underpayment of the housing, I'm not sure that is due to us. This is from Bwana Mogis. Has the government been indicate the scheme assisted the scheme in disposing assets, and for how long? I don't think we are dealing directly with the government. We are dealing more with the Kenya Railways. To avoid wastage, why do you keep hiring halls across board when Kenya Railways has halls? We don't have a hall, even at RTI. There is no hall in RTI that can handle this size of AGM. We estimate we have over 1,000 members who are present here today. I've been talking a lot. Let me pass the thing to Bwana Sila. Can you answer the question about the cost of the AGM? And then Bwana Kadima, you'll ask about PTOs. Thank you.
I would like to respond on the two questions that were raised by members. One was on the cost of preparing and hosting this AGM. What was budgeted for was 4 million. However, the actual costs will be computed after the AGM is over. Yes. Members, I would like to respond to the two questions that have been raised. The one is the cost of having this AGM. We budgeted for 4 million, but the actual costs will be computed after the AGM is over, and this will also be reflected in this year's account when it will be presented to you. The second question was, why are we having so many service providers when the BOT and the RBA can run this scheme? These service providers are required to be there by law. So there is no way we can do it with them. However, as a scheme, we have negotiated on the lowest costs that we can get from them. And this is also a good suggestion, which will also be incorporated in all the future engagement with the service providers. We will make sure that we get the best service at the minimum cost possible. Thank you.
I'll take up the question on the tickets on behalf of the MD. This item, MD, is still in discussions with the board. And once it's cleared and the budget approved for the same, then it should be able to be rolled out. Thank you.
Okay. I want now to give a chance to people to speak from the floor. I'm going to give 3 people, and I can see one is there, one is here, and one is here. So can we start over there, please? Do we have a microphone that you're given? And please limit yourself to 2 questions each, so that we don't take too much. We don't take too much time. Thank you.
My names are Kasmir Makoha. I come from Kakamega branch, check number 138799K. Managing Director, Kenya Railways. We have heard from our chairman that you gave us some assets that do not have proper records. The other one is that you gave us an asset that already you had sold to another person. Please, you are our father. It is quite a shame to these old men or the retirees to give them a property that you know has complications. Like the other one said, we have the opinion that you take back all your assets and pay us pension the way it is required. That's point number 1. Point number 2, the chairman. Last year we were here, you promised us that we are not going to fail to get pension at the proper time given or required. From that particular moment, we went for 4 months without getting pension. Like again, the CEO, RPA asked, you never gave us way forward. And from the explanation you gave, nirudi kwa Kiswahili kidogo, you are not clear, yani hauko na ukweli ya kwamba utapata pesa ambazo utatulipa. Maana unazungumzia mambo ya Kenha. Kenha, you refer to it like tunataka tuende tuwapembeleze kutupa pesa ya land yetu ambayo walichukua. And that's the only place you have hopes ndio uende tulipe. I'm leaving this place or pensioners wanatoka hapa with a broken heart wakikosa kujua hizi pesa ambazo tutalipa next pension na hata pension na hata arrears zitatoka wapi, because we not given us way forward. Pesa zinatoka wapi? Tukitoka hapa tunaenda kupata pension kwa pesa ambazo zitatoka wapi? Hiyo ndio my second question. And the last question, ama suggestion ni kwamba kwa pensioners, na tumeweka kwa mambo ya branch kutoka Kakamega, wale wenzetu ambao hutupeleka kotini kila wakati na hawana huruma, na wenzetu ambao wamekufa na hata hawasikii na hawajui, we were 12,000 and now we are left 6,000, wanakosa wengine kufa wakati wanapeleka kesi kotini. Tulikuwa hapa last time and we proposed wakishindwa kesi wafate washtaki na walipe. We are now adding that. We are now adding that maoni kutoka Kakamega. Sheria ya kazi inasema ya kwamba mtu akifungwa ama kuingia jela atolewe payroll. These people should be taken to court in case they have lost. Wafungwe na the moment wanapelekwa jela, toa majina yao kwa payroll. Those ones, they are not in case of so many people. Thank you.
Service providers, ndugu zangu pensioners, hamjambo yote. My name is Matthew Tuigom. Na kama vile ulisikia bwana CEO akisema wakati hii scheme ilikuwa inaanza, mimi ndio nilikuwa nabeba makaratasi ya kuanzisha. I was part of the team that was forming the Board of Trustees I was also the first chief executive. I am happy. Leo asubuhi saa zile chairman anaongea na ABSA walikuwa na confirm mimi nimepata pension ya July. Itakuwa fair yangu kwenda nyumbani nikipita Nairobi nione mambo ya Nairobi kidogo. The questions I have are actually suggestions. The first one is on our asset register. Mr. Chairman and Chief Executive RBA, I'm really concerned. There is work we did in 2001 to 2006 that is not reflecting in the record of our scheme. Because if at all we collected all the assets, an interministerial committee verified, the cabinet approved, the transfers were then made, and there was actually a transfer between Kenya Railways and the pension scheme, including file transfer from the chairman KRC board to the pension scheme board. We received all the assets, and KCB were given all our assets, except those which are very specific. Headquarters kwa sababu Kenya Railways walikuwa wameweka title kule ndani. Valuable because the titles were in a bank at KCB on courtesy of Kenya Railways. Hapa hii ile sehemu inaitwa 12.1 something, the one that includes the governor's house, because it was unsurveyed and there was dispute with health and other people who had titles that were claiming. And then the final one was Bale Hallingam, because the title was expired. It had, I think, 2 or 3 years to expire. The ones that had notices, ile ya kusema allotment letter, like Landimawe, 57 acres, not 26, 57 acres. The title was transferred in total. And I don't know if Lawrence is here, Mr. Town, because that surveyor, who was the land estate manager of Kenya Railways, assisted the Board of Trustees, paid 30,000 shillings per property. Hiyo ilikuwa kusaidia kwa sababu it was for his town running, to transfer all those assets to the pension scheme. And when we received those titles, they were taken to KCB. And KCB acknowledged receipt of all those titles. Good shades. The answer is very clear. In the interministerial committee, and at the same time, when it was approved, we know shade 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 belong to the pension scheme. That road reserve on Moi Avenue, when it was being surveyed, was made part of the land. But it is a road reserve, Moi Avenue. And so you cannot tell the pension scheme, the road reserve and the 3 portions belong to the scheme, and then you take one of our properties, Shed 1, from our tenant, Easy Coach. That is a problem that is internal between the sponsor and the Board of Trustees. It's a governance issue, because unfortunately for us, 6 members who sit within the Board of KRSRBS are also part of the pension scheme Board of Trustees. And there is no historical memory. They do not know. They were not present. Those of us who were present that time, for instance, the MD, I don't know if Engineer Wong is around, would tell you, Mr. Mzungu, who was the General Manager of Human Resources, would tell you, all these assets were clear. So I have a request that please, let's not lose the historical memory and start taking away lands from the pension scheme. By the way, the acreage for some of those, as you say, they were allotment letters. Some of them were indicated as a certain acreage when they were hectares. That is the amount. Good said it was 75 acres because it had not been surveyed. And when it was surveyed, we knew the total acreage. The only difference we will notice is that those that were part, which means Kenya Railways takes a portion and we remain with a portion, in that legal transfer, number 169 of 2007, 7 or 6? 6. Yes? It indicates very clearly on the legal notice, part, which means partly Kenya Railways, partly the pension scheme. If we resolve that, then I think question number 2, which I was going to raise, is why is government taking our assets before they pay? The Lands Act is very clear. In Asema, if you do not pay within 6 months of forced transfer, what happens? You start paying 6% interest. The Act says so. It means to say that if we take, government takes a property from anybody, before they develop, Bereakula, Lipa, you actually pay for the asset before they use. We have seen this. If we actually have contracts that have been executed, our fund managers and custodians have given us reports here. The fund manager said some very good story about fishing, and he was talking to livestock farmers. Why? You're talking about property, and you are telling us about liquid cash. To what extent would you help us as Combank to actually go looking for that money from Kenya? Help these trustees, because you know public servants. Always working out communities as a it is very difficult. Ask anyone who is a public servant here. Once you're on government payroll, crown a crown. It is left for these pensioners, Mr. Nani. They've been working very hard. And you can see the others who are working very hard to actually help. But the service providers, KCB, you're a strong person, very strong. Why are you not helping the pensioners? This money, if KCB called Kenya today, they can send us 6 billion from Fukuyama, it will be there the next morning. Secondly, if it's not to treasury and saying, yes, we see you owe money, can we give this pension fund money while this is resolved by government? This would be done like yesterday. That's been done many other times. Any hours waiting on a button. One of these ideas was saying, you know, it is very sad when you see people in their 90s and 100s. Wanakupigia simu wanasema kijana yangu, mimi amgoi. Mzee Kemei alikuwa hospitali. He called me, please help me. That when I come out from hospital, I receive my pension. Who knows DM Kemei? You know what happened? So, I think, Chairman, RBA, service providers, the solution for this pension scheme and the pensioners, as you can hear the meeting, to partake Kenya Railways property, unajua Kenya Railways hazilipa. We died on the queue. Some of us came to say during that time. What we need is a government investment. And we have spoken to several people who, even when World Bank actually put money to save us when we were establishing the fund, that one of the things we would do is if we can get government better in lieu of what they are taking, let them give it in advance, and it is tradable. So that the man talking about fishing can talk fishing with the fish farmers here. Yeah? So that when we're talking about how the treasury bills are 16%, these people would understand what 16% is because they can see 16% of their 7 billion coming in. It is not fair that government should take a property 5 years down the line, they want to still pay us 6 billion. Mudumba is unpaid up to now. The 15 acres, they just paid a small token, which the pensioners fought for. Some very senior pensioners went and fought for that. It did not have even a contract. It was just shared and growth. So I need to disclose this because I'm seeing our historical memory still young. I'm wondering when I'm in my 90s, that Wabilo pension scheme never transferred any asset. Or Kenya Railways never transferred any asset, and the assets you see belong to Kenya Railways. Because most of these titles, when they were being transferred, the tradition has been, you will still have the same title. At the back, when you open, you will notice a note that says this scheme, this property belongs to KRSRBS. And luckily for us, the current legal manager in Kenya Railways, acting legal manager, if he's still the one, yeah, was one of the two people who transferred these assets. We still have Gitau. So please, sorry for bearing with me, but those assets belong to the pension scheme.
The CEO, Retirement Benefits Authority, Mr. Charles Mashira. The CEO, audible? I'm not clear. The CEO, am I clear? The CEO, Retirement Benefits Authority. Thank you. The CEO, Retirement Benefits Authority, Bwana Charles Mashira, all protocols observed, and I have a reason for that. I have some questions here that I need to raise. Some of the issues, I think the CEO, having known us, because we have grown with him right from 2006, up to now, and that is why he's able actually to recognize and even to get our names. I want to appreciate, because we've not started with him. We started with him when he was still young, and now that is where he is. Thank you. Just bear with me. Now, my questions are not going to any of the peoples here, but directly to the CEO RBA, because some of them were supposed to be addressed to the Managing Director, Kenya Railways, apparently who is the sponsor. And the first question, Bwana CEO, I want you to clear the same way you cleared with us on telephone yesterday, just for the sake of these members who are here. They are seated, and I can hear them shouting, but the question is relevant to them. We all know this, this is what you confirmed on telephone, and I want you also to reconfirm to these members that the Board of Trustees who are here, all of them, right from the one called the chairman and running to the rest, they do not have the approved deed of appointment. That one he said yesterday on telephone, and he will clear himself with regard to that. Question number 2 is with regard to Engineer Martin Mogwanja. We all know Engineer Martin Mogwanja, he came in through a presidential order, and that was through the cassette notice number 5441 on 7th August 2020, and that term expired on 20th October 2022. When the term expired, wait, you can't shout. Okay, fine. I'm sure, I am sure Well, you may not like it, but it's for your benefit and it's for the benefit of Engineer Martin Mogwanja, much as you may not like it. Because he clarified to us and is able to clarify to you. And if you don't want, I will just ask one. Okay. He got it. He will answer. Well, let me move to another one. That one, he got it, he will answer. But you have to keep quiet. I move to another one, which is also your relevant. Engineer, no, you need to keep them. Because, what? No. He's the one who told me to come here and ask.
Please, can you be brief and can you finish, please?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Second question is this one, and Mr. Charles Mashira, who is the CEO Retirement Benefits Authority, can acknowledge here, before the pensioners seated here, that the sponsor, Kenya Railways, owes the scheme 2.4 billion, which money was released by World Bank for your benefit. That money was to be paid for the deferred pensioners, but right now, deferred pensioners are being paid from the pension fund, which is irregular, but we have a letter, a confirmation from the sponsor, which we have already given Mr. Mashira, and he promised how to work on it. That's number two. Number three, while the chairman was talking about the challenges of liquidity, because the assets were transferred 100%, I want to take this opportunity and inform you members that there was a set-up capital of 1.3 billion. That money, to date, has not been received by the scheme KRSRBS. And it's up to the CEO, Mr. Charles Mashira, to assist the scheme, because these people here, they are all from the sponsor. So they cannot even ask the sponsor to do that. Number 3 or 4. It's about the assets. The assets that were transferred from Kenya Railways to the scheme, we have the cabinet memo, we have the assets register, but the fixed asset register to be maintained by the scheme is not there. Even when Mr. Charles Mashira was asked to present, he did not present that fixed asset register. And that is the challenge, why even the audit report is being qualified, because all the sales and disposals are being made at a forced sale value. The last one, Mr. Charles Mashira, the CRBA, all my questions are going to Mr. Charles Mashira. By the way, you are just making noise. Mr. Charles Mashira, seated here as the regulator, the supervisor, he was directed by a state agency to instigate a forensic audit, and one of the key items is Raimtula Towers, which owns Mr. Charles Mashira as the regulator. The property belongs to the pensioners. And he's here and he will confirm to you. Thank you so much, Bwana Charles.
Thank you. Thank you to all the questioners. We had asked that they should be brief, but they decided to be a bit longer. Now, Bwana Mukaya asked about the delays in paying pension for 4 months. And as I said, these challenges are related to the issues of liquidity. We need to accelerate. The message I got was that we need to accelerate the process of converting property assets to financial assets, and to make sure that that then allows the pensioners to get paid. He reminded us that the number of pensioners has reduced significantly. That is true. At the same time, the pensions have added the increments. So we have been adding increments since 2006 as well. You know, we don't believe on taking people to court because of their disturbances, but we challenge them on the facts, on the reality on the ground, and on the law. And that is where our cases end with some of the people who are creating these issues. Bwana Pitong here raised the issues of the work done between 2001-2006 to prepare for the pension scheme to come into effect, and mentioned that there is cabinet approval. The vesting order, we note, was signed by the MD of the sponsor. There is a cabinet approval behind that, and we need to follow that more closely so that we can track down if there are any properties missing or if there's any errors that have been made, which he has mentioned there are potential errors with regard to the number of acres versus number of hectares, for example, or that some areas were designated before the actual area was known, so the amount vested was less than the total area made available. He mentioned correctly that there were some points where things have not been properly handed over. For example, Upper Hill, Hurlingham, Block D. These are things which need to be addressed, and these are some of the court cases which I mentioned earlier. The case of Landimawe, I think we need to discuss more, because our information is that in Landimawe is still at the level of an allocation letter. But if you have more information, then we'll surely deal with that. All the titles that we have are with KCB. They are with the custodian. That is where they are stored, and that's where they are kept. On the question of the Goodshed area and the road reserve, we are firm in insisting that 5 acres of Goodshed is ours, and it is not to be given as a road reserve. And I agree, these are points that need to be settled between the sponsor and the scheme as soon as possible. We appreciate very much those who have the historical memory of the initiation and the founding of this scheme, who bring us up to date with these issues, because it is very important that each and every asset that belongs to the pensioners is allocated and used for the benefit of pensioners. He mentioned also that in some cases, government has been taking assets before they have paid. That is true, but we also have to understand that the scheme itself in November 2020 signed a multi-year compensation plan. That was not, it was not imposed, it was actually signed and agreed by the scheme itself. But it is also true that that compensation plan has itself, even though it is multi-year, it has not been respected up to June 30th, 2023. As I said earlier, there's a debt of 1.426 billion. So the point is still valid. But it is not, it was not an outright sale for outright value. There was a phased plan of payment. The suggestion has been made that the service providers should engage more with the scheme and support the scheme in terms of addressing these issues of unpaid debts to the scheme. And I think that is a good idea that we shall take up, and we shall have more issues. The idea of accepting treasury bills and treasury bonds is, of course, a welcome one when the bills right now are paying significant amounts like 16%. However, we need to be sure that we are getting tradable paper. That is paper that we can sell, bills or bonds that are sellable. If these bonds are locked up, for example, we cannot sell them for 3 years or 5 years, then it is just the same equivalent, we have the same equivalent problem. We still need to get the full value for the property that has been converted. Bwana Washika raised some questions which were all addressed to the CEO of the RBA. So I will not attempt to answer them because he is here. But again, I think we would want to say that when we are disposing of properties, we are always doing a valuation beforehand. For example, we have done valuation. We did a valuation of Makongeni when we were engaging in those negotiations, which have not concluded as of yet. So I think those are some of the issues that I can answer. I think the others, I'll hand it over now to the CEO of RBA.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me go back there.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. As you can see, Wachika has brought so many questions. But thank you. Before I respond to the questions that have been directed specifically to the CEO, there was a question about matters in court and how the authority sees or looks for how can we find a solution to this matter. Please allow me to invite my colleague Muhyiddin Mohammed to take that question. Then I tackle the questions that Rogers has put through to me.
Thank you, CEO, for the opportunity, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. You can't hear me. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, thank you very much, CEO. I'll be brief on the issue. Indeed, as stated from the beginning of this session, the biggest issue of this scheme is on matters of liquidity. And all your issues lies with property, also litigation. There's a lot of matters in court. And as stated earlier, I believe the way forward, first and foremost, is on issue of information, transparency and information. And I believe working at the complaints team, we have worked very closely with SILA. And as a matter of fact, we have, when it comes to dispute resolution, we have even been exchanging it through emails. We have actually been doing it through emails so that we can be expeditious in resolution of disputes. That's one thing that we have done, and we have been answering to those questions. On the 51 cases, it's a big problem. And I heard one of the members saying that we are a family. I believe you heard that, isn't it? And that's a very good statement that was made. And the courts, beginning from the Constitution of Kenya, if you look at the Constitution very clearly, you look at what the courts, the direction which the courts are taking, you look at what RBA, the direction in which it is taking, is all focusing on alternative dispute resolution, what we refer to as ADR, out of court settlements. This is an avenue which I'll encourage the trustees here to explore, to analyze their cases, the cases which can be dealt with through an out-of-court settlement or alternative dispute resolution, be it mediation, be it arbitration. Those are things that are directly mentioned in the trust deed and rules. If I believe they are there, you'll find a clause on arbitration. This is supported and will be supported by the courts. There is the court annexed mediation. Again, courts are referring this. And why I'm suggesting this is because it's a win-win situation. What is happening in court is a lose-lose situation. The pensioners here will stay for a long time without their money. The trustees will be crippled and cannot move. Who is winning in that situation? Nobody, isn't it? But if you explore ADR, then it's a win-win situation. There will be a meeting of the minds because there is information gap in some places. Someone might be thinking other things, but once you are on the table, in be it mediation, then there will be that meeting of the mind, and there is that guarantee that some of these issues can be resolved amicably, and you will have a win-win situation. So that's something that I'll encourage the member side, those who are in court, and the trustees to explore as an alternative. And us, as RBA, we are willing to assist in many ways. We are at this area that we are mandated to issue guidance on, and we can educate or train even the trustees on ADR and what mechanisms can be best suited to resolve some of these disputes that are currently in court. Lastly, what we require is on member education. I think this is something that should be taken as a priority. Members should be educated on some of their rights, of course, and also on some of the informations that are here. This AGM has served as a very good opportunity to air some of these issues. These questions are not in vain. They are very important questions that have been asked, and I'm sure the trustees will go ahead and analyze it further, make solutions. And some of the solutions have been suggested on this floor. So I believe what we require is that member education so that we can be on the same page, we can understand each other, we can have that meeting of the mind. And I believe with that in place, with good faith, then majority of these matters that you have today will stand resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muhyiddin. And I think, let me pick up from that point of member education, that we commit, Chair, Board of Trustees, please, we commit, where possible, to mount a session at the cost of the authority to deliver on that agenda of member education. That we shall do, so that then we do not have information asymmetry, and members should be able to go back to what I said earlier. Let's all focus on the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is how do we unlock value in this pension scheme for the best interest of the membership. Now, going back to the questions that Mr. Washika has asked me, I think I'll start with the first one. I think it was on a deed of appointment and removal, and by extension, therefore, the allegation. And we spoke yesterday, for sure. Sorry, I did not recognize Mr. Munai Opondo behind Mr. Washika, and also Mr. Shiba next. Let me be honest, Chairman, you have a very vigilant team, and that's why I've recognized these members, please. Don't ask me why. I think Miano is now retired, I suspect. Miano, please pardon me. But Chairman, when members ventilate on issues, when they are looking for answers, it's not a bad thing. The reason as to why the regulator exists is also to be able to listen to the voices which are looking for openness on some of these issues. So we don't have a problem with that. But let me respond to the issues that Wachika has asked. Number one, I think there was a question of Engineer Martin Mugwanja and members of this scheme. Please, I'll tell you something. I have never met the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Kenya Railway Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. I've met him today. But you are privileged to have a man with that wealth of information and knowledge that he responded to all your questions. I see Sira is on holiday, the other trustees are on holiday. You have a wonderful chairman and then you have a problem. You don't want him to be sitting. Members, please, let me tell you, you don't have as many competent trustees as I've had you. And I'm not saying this because, engineer, you are here. No. And I confirm and I confess, it's my first time to interact with the engineer here as I walked in. And I've heard him on the floor. So may I say the following? Does Engineer Martin Mugwanja qualify to be a trustee appointed by Kenya Railways Kenya Railways Corporation, having his term as a director of Kenya Railways ended? Does he qualify to be a trustee? Because that was a question that Wachika you asked yesterday. And the answer is a resounding yes. And it has nothing to do with the questions he has answered. Any member here can be appointed by Kenya Railways Kenya Railways Corporation to sit in the Board of Trustees. What Kenya Railways cannot do, and we told Kenya Railways not to do, and Kadiba, you can confirm that, is that the sponsor cannot appoint the chair. The appointment of the chair is by the Board of Trustees. But for him to be appointed as a trustee and contest to be a chair, that is okay. And therefore, I think I would like to rest that matter there. And Wachika, I hope we have agreed on this subject. Question number 2, do the trustees who are in office have proper instruments of appointment? Again, the answer is a straightforward yes. After the elections were done last year, the deeds of appointment and removal were prepared by the scheme. They were actually filed. After we spoke yesterday, I went back to the file. They were actually filed to the authority on 22nd of September last year. But the authority noted that there was, in the execution page, there was an omission, and we asked them to be corrected. And they have subsequently been filed with the authority. So are trustees in office with the correct instruments of power? The answer is yes. Number 3, can an employee be a trustee? And you know, let's be fair here. You know, any employee, any retiree, any pensioner, any Kenyan, in fact, even foreigner, they qualify to be trustees of any scheme in the Republic of Kenya. My colleague Jackson there is an employee of RBA. He is the chairman of the Board of Trustees of RBA Staff Pension Scheme. The regulator cannot make a choice which is erroneous. And we have literally, Wachika, Munai, Ashiba, we have literally followed the provisions of the Retirement Benefits Act. I am not saying this to create any distortion. I'm relying on what the law says. And I know you did ask me this question yesterday, that because we are public servants and the State Corporations Act has a provision, I think you said Section 6(1) and Section 6(2), whether an employee can also, an employee can also sit as a trustee, and we discuss that matter. If it's a question of a legal opinion to be shared with the scheme, we will prepare and give it to the membership, and it can be anchored in your website. So the point is, any employee in any organization, including Kanyeki and the others who are there serving as trustees today, they all qualify. Everybody. As long as you have not flouted Section 26 of the Retirement Benefits Act, which deals with people who do not qualify to hold fiduciary responsibilities. Let me go to the next issue, and which is on Rahim Tula. Please allow me not to go to the Rahim Tula issue because that matter is in court. I'll be sub judice. But just recognize that Rahim Tula building was done, I think, if I'm not wrong, in 1998, and the vesting of the assets was in 2006. So I will not be fair, and Vashika will not be fair to me to ask me to speak about the issue of Rahim Tula and the tenancy of RBA. We just found ourselves where we are, but the thing is, and I will say that when I'm adding my comments, there is something that we need to look into. Now, the final issue is on the Senate report. And you have alluded to it today, you alluded to it yesterday. Members, in as much as I would like to react to Ashika and even bash him because of he wants to hit me below the belt, the point is, anything that has not been done, and this is what we agreed yesterday, let us document as members of this pension scheme. Let us say in this Senate report, this has not been implemented. Let's go to the forensic audit of E&Y and say this has not been done. Let's come and say the trustees, and even in their financial statements, the codification has not been addressed. We list all those issues, whether they are 50 or 100. Then we work with a framework to resolve the challenges that this scheme has. We must be deliberate, and I think that was my message from the word go. Chairman, let us be deliberate to record the challenges that the members are recording, fight time with your Board of Trustees, sponsor fight time for the best interest of this membership. The authority will fight time and resources to join you. And let these members, and with only one player, appoint people to represent their views in that forum. Let's have a forum of those parties, the sponsor, the trustees, members, nominees, and let them not be so many. 5 are good enough, if not less. And we hack the issues and the challenges, including what my colleague Muhyiddin has spoken into. Why go to court and stop trustees from implementing some of these issues they're talking about? Why not just say we need accountability in everything that we are going to do? And I know a lot of our work has been done in this scheme. The disadvantage that Kenya Railway Staff Pension Scheme sometimes, I feel, is that Kenya Railway as a corporation did a very good thing by empowering employees to be very well informed. You have diversity of wealth of knowledge among us, this membership, having worked in Kenya Railways. And because of that, some of those questions are varied. But that does not take away the bigger picture. The bigger picture, Chika, from where I sit, is this scheme can afford to pay you double what it's paying you. If all of you agree, these are the issues, this is how we are going to deal with them, these are the stakeholders we need to bring on board, and you move on. You know, that is what I'm calling the bigger picture. It is not these other small issues. Those small issues, leave them to the regulator and the enforcing agencies. But the one which concerns all of us on a day like today is how are we going to improve the pride of our people to have a better retirement benefit. Chairman, before I end my remarks, I know as I was sitting there, one of the resolutions which was passed, and I want to go back to that. I am not contesting the resolution, and I'm not speaking on. I am not speaking on your behalf. But let me say this: the question of trusteeship. I heard about it. I think what has been resolved is a payment of 10,000 shillings per sitting. I don't know who spoke about it and said and we are not demeaning any profession. You know, even being a manager of the house or a house help is still a profession. You know, people are rendering a service. But look at what you are paying the trustees and the sort of work you have given them to deal with. Your scheme, even without valuation, you're talking about assets of that 1 billion, and you want them to meet 6 times in a year and pay them 10,000 per sitting. When you remove tax, it is 7,000. Do you want to be led by people who do not even have not had a meal and they are not satisfied? I'm not going to ask you to go back to that resolution, but think about it. Empower your trustees. Empower your trustees to be able to deliver to you. This is the scheme, the last scheme I've had today. And sorry, we do not promote abuse of resources. We don't. But when you tell me that you pay your trustees 10,000, you are punishing the same people you have asked to fight solutions for you. Because the resolution has been passed, it is not in my business, it's not in my domain, but think about it. That somebody will sit for 4 or 5 hours, do a professional job for you, and you pay them 7,000 Kenya shillings after tax. There is something that you can do. And members, do not be too harsh to the people you have appointed or nominated to be the ones to be your stewards in going forward. I think there's a lot to be done, but Chairman, please, I'm going to request the members who have complained, we find a way of coercing members' representatives. Even if it's from the different groups, so be it. Let's sit down and see what we can do to unlock this value that I've talked. If we need to knock government doors, let's do it going forward. But where we are, let's not come back here next year and say we are wealthy with the poor retirees. That is the last thing we should say, and we should rest it going to the next AGM. Chairman, I also asked Washika and the team to come and see us. So we are still on this. Ashiba, Monai, and Wanda, I know he's up there. We are looking forward. No, Washika, please, just have a seat. We are looking forward that we deal with issues. List this, and we cross them, and we move forward. We only be left with one thing. How do we, yeah? And look, I wish to submit my presentation. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO. I think there is a lot of wisdom in that intervention, and a lot of knowledge and understanding has been shared, which I think will help all of us to move forward quickly. We need to sort out what are the key issues from all these previous interventions and previous discussions and previous reports which have not been resolved. Put them down and identify now what is the action plan for each one of them. So I think we are very much in tune with that way of thinking, so that we deal with issues and we deal with them quickly. You've given us a very big challenge that we have to change the situation of this scheme within 12 months. And all I'm going to say is that we accept the challenge, but we are going to include you in our team. We are going to include the co-op people. We are going to include the legal team from RBA. We're including our fund manager and KCB, and also our auditors. Because this is not going to be a small issue to resolve in the current economic climate that we are facing as a country. It is not going to be a small issue. But if we have the support of those who are the very founders of this scheme, if we have the support of the regulator, and we have the support of our fund manager and our sponsor, then I think if we go together, we are going to make an impact on those who owe pensioners a great deal of money, and we need to collect. Dear pensioners, it is now 20 minutes to 2. I have here more than another 40 questions, which I am willing to answer. I'm willing to answer. But on the same way, I also want to release you because there is a lunch allowance that we want to give to you so that you can have a good lunch in Nairobi. And those who have come from far, I want you to travel back safely. So with your permission, I would like to answer these questions and put the answers onto the website. Do I have your permission to do that, please? Thank you. So in that case, Then I want us to draw to a close our AGM, and I want to ask Mr. Isaac Amuma, if he's around, is there, to come forward and to please give, on behalf of pensioners, a vote of thanks, and then we shall have our closing prayer. Bwana Amuma.
We have come to the tail end of this meeting, and I want to thank the chair for having given me the opportunity to do the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Mohamed Mtiti and Engineer Mkwenda for having handed over this congregation to the Almighty God. And I know they prayed for the Holy Spirit to come down, and indeed the Holy Spirit came down. That's why we have had some peace. Although the devil wanted to come in and mess up the meeting, but the devil has been defeated. Thank you, Mr. Mkwenda. Thank you, Mohamed Mutiti. The next one is the chair and all the members of the BOT for conducting a successful annual general meeting for the year 2021-2022. The third person I would like to give to give thanks is the managing director of Kenya Railways, who is represented here by Mr. Sava Kadima, for keeping a keen eye on the affairs of the scheme. And I was particularly impressed when he said he was keen on making sure that the title deeds, they will work hard for the title deeds to be in possession of the scheme. Thank you, Mr. Kadima. Please keep on working. The next one is the fund managers, Co-op Trust Services, for their invaluable advice on matters investment. The next one is KCB Scheme Custodians, led by Cecilia Okoth, for care of the finances and valuable documents. The next one is the scheme's auditors for a good work in auditing our books. The seventh one is the RBA. We want to thank Mr. Machira and his team for having found time to come here in full force to make sure that they answer all the queries for that are bothering the pensioners. Thank you, Mr. Machira, for coming out, and Mr. Nguthu, by the way. I'll never forget, we kept on meeting them regularly, and the young man there, I think we've met you once or twice. Thank you for all the advices that you have given us. Karibuni sana, na muwe pamoja na sisi wakati wote. The last thing I want to say to Mr. Machira, if the members of the BOT have a problem, please deal with them properly so that the pensioners do not suffer. Again, on the part of the pensioners, if some of the pensioners become a thorn in the flesh, kindly make sure that you extract that thorn. I hope you have heard me. The last but not least is the CEO for the CEO for the scheme, for the excellent work they are doing on their day-to-day running of the scheme. And I know they have worked very hard. I know yesterday they were there up to 6 o'clock. I know today they woke up very early in the morning to make sure that this meeting is a success. Bwana Sila Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri na Mungu azidi kuwabariki nyote. Asanteni sana sana sana. Mungu awabariki. Ya mwisho nimesahau. Ndugu zangu pensioners, pia ninawashukuru nyote kwa vile ambavyo mmetoka pande kila mahali, pande ya kila Kenya mzima kwa kuja kwa mkutano huu. Asanteni sana, hasa kwa mimi wale colleagues ambao tuliofanya nao kazi zamani. Nashukuru kuwaona tena na kwamba Mungu bado yuko pamoja na nyinyi na tutazidi kuwa pamoja, na Mungu azidi kuwabariki. Mtakaporudi msalimie familia zenu. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Bwana Isaac Amuma, for those vote of thanks. I appreciate that very much. I think we are now coming to the close, and so I'm going to say my own thank yous as I close this session. First of all, as always, the thanks go to you, the pensioners. You are the reason why we are here. We have a duty to you. It's a fiduciary duty, personal fiduciary duty and accountability to you to serve you and the interests of the scheme following the trust deed and rules. And we will continue to do so for the period going forward. I thank you for coming, especially those who have come from far parts of the country. We appreciate that. We appreciate also those who are watching us from the screens in different parts of the country. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much all of those, all of you who asked questions, who wrote questions. Some have been read out and answered. Others will be answered now on the website. But each and every one of those questions is a communication from you to us, and it is precious because we want to hear from you. We want to hear your concerns. A special thank you on this AGM that the CEO, Bwana Mashira, has been personally here with his team. We thank you very much for that. It has really been very, very useful in terms of answering questions and concerns directly to the pensioners. And I can tell you this has been greatly appreciated. We thank also all the service providers who have come, the team of Board of Trustees and all the others. Pensioners, we still have a lot of work to do. And this has been reiterated clearly by yourselves, by Bwana Mashira and others. We will do that work in the coming year, and we will come and report to you in the next AGM. Meanwhile, we shall continue to communicate with you and also encourage you to use the portal on the website so that you can get all the information which is available. I thank you once again. And to close this AGM, I'm going to request our dear colleague and trustee, Henry Toili, to give us the closing prayer. Bwana Toili, can I ask you to please pray for this AGM closing?
So wacha tuombe. Our Heavenly Father, the Father of our Lord Jesus, we come before you this afternoon with thanksgiving and praise. We give you thanks for this great opportunity that you have granted unto us today, even to enable us to assemble in this place. You have helped us to conduct this meeting peacefully, and all the glory and honor goes back unto you. We bless your holy name, we glorify your holy name. We pray for our head of state in this country. We pray for the peace that is prevailing within our borders. We pray for all the service providers, even as they make their decisions that will affect our members positively. We cover the lives of every petitioner in this place, even as we travel back home. That, Lord, you will be with us, even as you commission your angels to encamp around us. Cover us with your mercies as we travel back home safely. We bless your holy name and worship your holy name. Thank you, Jesus, because of this day. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much.
nimechakaa, unitilie dharau. Mimi binadamu, umesahau. Unaishi kwa dhamani, ninaishi kwa imani. Mbele zako mimi sina haki, mbele zake mimi mwenye hadhi. Fahamu kuwa Mola ndiye aliyeniumba mimi na wewe. Fahamu kuwa Mola ndiye aliyeniumba mimi na wewe. Mimi mwanake, usiku nitalala. Mbele zake Maulana, sote tuko sawa. Mimi mwanake, usiku nitalala. Mbele zake Maulana, sote tuko sawa. Ulinipuuza mie, eti sifai kuwa na wewe. Uliniona mie, eti hatia kula na wewe.